Okay, so you should see the first slide of Serial City Science Online Platform, August 19th, 2020. And if you go ahead and go to the second slide, what I would like you to do is click on that introduction survey. It's gonna ask you just a few questions. This is more or less just for fun, and one of the questions is ask where you're at. So and then I'll have you click on the map, and you'll see where everyone's at today. So give that a try. If you have any trouble, let us know. I think with right now only less than 20 of us here, if you wanna turn your mute off and ask a question, that'd be fine, or you can put it into our chat. The location question's a little bit tricky. I see somebody's ended up over here. Nancy, how did you end up over near Africa?
I'm not in Africa. I'm just clicking on Michigan right now.
Okay, you're moving it.
Oh, is this me?
I have you on the map as over by Africa.
I don't know how I did that. Okay. Let's see if we can move me.
So yeah, so that location, there's different ways you can do that location. You can put in a school address, or you can search your school district. Should be able to find it, or if you want to click and drag the marker and zoom into the map, you can locate yourself just with the map marker. And you will have to, I believe you have to refresh the screen to refresh the map to get new entries as they come onto the map, so it doesn't update live. So I'm just seeing nine entries right now. So I'll wait a little while. Let us know if you're having problems with this, or if for some reason you can't do this because of your technology. Okay, and yeah, it looks like we've got quite a few on here now. Looks like we got someone up in the UP today. We got Taylor. How are you, Taylor?
Taylor from
That's
St.
me.
Ignace, huh?
Yep, I noticed that too. Pretty sure I'm the only one from the UP. And it's
Yeah.
about far south in the UP as you can get.
Okay, well, yeah, and then let's see, we'll work our way down north in the Grand Rapids area. We have is it Rainy Henley? Is that how you pronounce it?
Rain.
Rain?
He is silent.
Oh, okay. Rain. Okay. And you're from Bellevue Community Schools, all right?
All his personal information.
And then we'll go down here over to the east side of the state. Looks like we'll have to zoom in a little bit more here because there's several of you on very close to each other. So we've got Sarah Ross from Rochester. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
And we have Tiffany from Rochester. And Tiffany, you tried to get on last week, but things didn't work out for you, right?
Right. Yep. I'm on today.
All right. Well, good. We're glad you made it this week. And then up here in Rochester Community Schools, we have Yvette Hook.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Yeah. So Rochester covers a lot of territory here on the map, anyways. So you must be on the north end of the district.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Okay, I don't think I missed anybody in that area. And then over here, we'll make our way east or west, sorry. And we got a cluster here in the Marshall area today. So we got one of four. We got McKenna from Marshall.
Hello.
Hi. And we have Danny Ray from Marshall also.
Hello there.
Hi.
Hi, Danny.
And Sarah Parker.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. And then Megan.
Morning.
Last name pronounced
Moko.
Moko. Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll move over here in the Bellevue Community School. We have Alexandra. Hi, Alexandra.
Hi, technically I'm in Grosse Pointe on the east side. I think I did it wrong.
Oh, okay. That's all right.
I'm out in the ocean in Africa, so I'm sailing, I guess.
Yeah. And then we also have Shannon Graves.
Morning.
Good
morning. And just so you know, just as a heads up, we already started school. We started on Monday, so it's been quite an adventure.
Okay, well, hang on. We'll get this platform launched on the 24th for you. Yeah, so it's been a rocky start.
I would say interesting.
Interesting start, okay.
Very politically correct there, Shannon.
Thanks.
All right, and then we have also Sarah from Bellevue. So all of you have started, all the Bellevue have started already on Monday? All right, let's jump down to Battle Creek. Oh, that's me. So I'm here in Battle Creek today with Battle Creek Public Schools. I used to teach at Harper Creek Community Schools, just south of Battle Creek. All right, let's move over to
It's Pat Hewitt.
Pat Hewitt over. Yeah, she's with Cerro City Science, so she's part of Battle Creek Public School. So she's Pat is one of our facilitators for training. Hi, Pat. Good morning. Okay, I think I got everybody. Okay, so I wanted to use this because this later on in the unit. So we've our platform, we're preparing activities 1 through 3 of every unit right now. Later on in early October, we'll continue to launch the remainder of the activities in each of the units. This ArcGIS Survey 1, 2, 3 is one of the tools that I plan on using. Specifically, I'm thinking about third grade earth science, where they build a rain gauge and then they take it home to measure the rain in their neighborhood, in their yard, or outside of their apartment or house, and then report that data back to the class. So this would be a perfect way to do that, so that the students could begin to see that the weather is different in different parts, even in a local area. All right. Okay, so I'm going to let Nancy say hello to everybody one more time and talk about, just in general, the philosophy behind our platform and what we're trying to accomplish with it.
Well, good morning, all. We're up to 20, so that's a good group for us today. I just want to congratulate everyone for their efforts through our spring and into school dismissal, and also what everyone has done and is trying to figure out throughout the summer. Steve and I and some of our other consultants, like Pat Hewitt is on, and Michelle Walbeck, our formatting person, thought we might call this workshop "What We Did with Our Summer," or what we did last summer. So what we really, to back up, is when what I called the March Scramble. We've all heard of March Madness. Well, this was the March Scramble, when schools were all let out and dismissed, and it didn't take long for us to figure out that we were going to be closed for the year. And so we did what we call Serial City Science at Home. And I'm not sure how many of you actually were able to access that, but we put life science online, and it was really geared towards working at home with parents, with siblings, or child caregivers. It was not as teacher driven, because we weren't real sure how things were going to work out throughout the spring. So that is going to come down very shortly. We left it up throughout the summer because it had some great summer projects for families to do. And now we're replacing that with Serial City Online. And this online platform is the complete curriculum of your teacher guide. So and it starts out with, we used Google Slides. So the slide itself will have the big idea for that particular group of lessons. And it will have some links for Jamboards and for videos and for the student journal. So this online platform consists of, in the Google Slides, in the notes of a Google slide, you know what comes below when you're presenting, is your teacher guide. And so it's copied and pasted word for word, and then some additional text that helps you bring in kids that are working remotely. So this platform is designed to be used, hopefully, if it's all online, if you are blended, or if you are one-to-one, if you're with your kids in the classroom. I would see myself as we go back to school with our kids, and Battle Creek Public K-5 is going back with our little kiddos in the classroom. So I would see teachers being able to use this, because we don't want groups of 4 huddled together at a table playing around with sink and float items, or, you know, so we still need to keep our social distance. So what we did is created videos so kids could watch the items sink and float, or in 3rd grade, if they're doing the weather, how we can work those weather cards and not be working closely in groups of 4, with the use of Jamboard, with the use of videos, and the online student journal to be shared. We're hoping we can still collaborate. What we don't want to lose in an online platform is that collaboration that is so important in next generation science standards. So we haven't had a chance, of course, to test this out on a classroom. So this is our first launch, and we're going to launch on Monday. And so we're hoping that all of you that are so eager to keep science going in your classroom, that you'll give us the feedback and let us know how this works, and if we need to make some adjustments. So the last thing that I wanted to kind of give you for an introduction is what will be your responsibility on your end. We don't know what platforms all the districts are using. Actually, we could probably honestly say districts are using many different platforms. For example, we've heard a lot of K2 are using Seesaw. A lot are using Google Classroom, and many are using Schoology. And then there's a couple others that the names escape me. So what you'll need to do is, once you get your code for your district to access the online stuff, and it's free, those of you that are, everybody here already has had our program for quite a while. So all you will need is to get that access code, and I'll put Tamika Wells' email address on the chat, so that you can all have, she will be the one that is issuing the codes most of the time. So, but not until Monday. So don't ask her today, because she won't have your code today. So then once you get your code and you get your Google Slides and all the stuff that comes with it, then you'll need to load that onto whatever platform you're using. When we do our training, we're using Schoology. So when you if you come to a KIT specific training, you'll have access to our Schoology platform if you'd like. But whatever platform your district is using, that'll be your responsibility, or your district's responsibility, to load that up for teachers. Does that make sense to everyone? I see some nods. Those of you that are using your video, you can use your reactions and give me a thumbs up. But thank you. And so hopefully throughout the summer, the majority of the districts have been getting ready for this kind of use of the different platforms for sharing information and keeping track of students, and also doing some, when we're sending some things home and doing at home. So any questions on our philosophy behind this yet? All right, cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick here. You should see a agenda up on the screen.
Steve, there's one question that says from Yvette.
Okay.
Will we be able to load it, or will we need to contact our district? First of all, on Monday, all the district contact people we have will be issued a code. In the past, and they're usually administrators. And in the past, we've had some, well, I'll apologize right away to all administrators. Some administrators that aren't as quick on the trigger to distribute those codes to all of the teachers. So if you don't get a code, and you want to start to do that right away, if you email Tamika, she will give teachers a code too.
I'm sure it will be given to Danielle, but I'm going to email Tamika and ask for the code.
Okay. But not till Monday.
Sorry.
Right?
I'm sorry. Who is Tamika that you guys are referring to?
Tamika Wells works in our outreach office, and she does a lot of our district contacts. So if districts have questions about ordering and materials and all that kind of stuff, that goes to Tamika. So Steve and I are not juggling that as well as developing the curriculum. So
Is it possible to put her email on the chat on the side?
I'm gonna put it in the chat right now, but
Okay.
you guys gotta promise me you won't email her till Monday.
Oh no, I will email her. I just would rather have it so that in the event that I don't get what I need, I can contact her.
Yes, thank you very much. Otherwise she'll get inundated.
And
So here we go.
And her contact information is also on the Searle City Science site. So
Yeah,
you'll
she's
have
on-
an email and phone number. She has a very, very nice voice and very
I
common
emailed
to talk
her
to.
already about this conference. I had questions. She is nice. Assuming she is a.
There you go. Does everybody see it? It's in the chat. Okay.
Okay, so our agenda for today. So you should see that on the my shared screen right now. We're going to go from now until 11 a.m. We did our introductory survey. We're going to talk about some of the technology used in the platform, and then we'll get into some examples of reading integration, which is really an essential part of our kits. And we'll take a look at a kindergarten and first grade reading integration. Then we've got some time set aside from 11 to 11:30 just to have a discussion and questions and answers about what you've seen so far. We'll break for lunch from 11:30 to 12:30, give our eyes a rest from the computers. And then 12:30 to 2:30, we'll be looking at more examples of how we put together some videos and use that within the units to help us support our modeling effort. And then videos in Sage Modeler, and then how we're going to share student data using Jamboards and then Google Sheets, and then examples of some of the mapping tools that we're going to use, Google Earth and ArcGIS, to replace some of those wall maps that we're used to using. And then from 2:30 to 3 p.m. we'll take a look at the online dashboard. I'll be able to give you an example. You won't be able to get on, but I can give you an example of what it's going to look like. And then we'll reserve some time for questions again. But at any time, we got a smaller group now, so if you need to jump in and ask questions, please do so. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the Google slide deck. So this is the slide deck that I'd like you to follow along with. And let's go down to slide 3, and technology used. So this platform is built using a lot of Google apps. We use Google Slides and Sheets and Docs. Google Jamboard has become a very important tool for us throughout the platform. It's a great way for students and teachers to collaborate. In March, I did not know what a Google Jamboard is. And when I first started introducing it to other teachers, a lot of teachers did not know what a Google Jamboard is. But it's building in popularity around the country as kind of the go-to tool. So if you don't have this available, it's a free app, but you might have to talk to your district IT people about getting it added to your Google Drive so that you can use it. We use Flipgrid for showing or doing readings, and I put some instructions for Flipgrid in here if you want to add yourself reading one of our trade books. I'll quickly go to the Cerro City site in case you didn't see this spring. We have a reading room. And so our reading room is set up by grade level, K through 5. And you can go into any one of these grade levels and you can see the trade books that we currently have recorded on Flipgrid. So if you follow those Flipgrid instructions, you would be putting yourself reading one of the trade books onto this library with your permission. You can also do this independently and have your own grid that you prepare that has whatever readings you want to share with your students. Sage Modeler, as far as priority goes, this is probably a lower priority of technology that you want to concern yourself with right now. So if you're on a steep learning curve of learning new technology as we prepare for the school year, I'd put Sage Modeler down on the bottom of the list. It doesn't show up in our current units, but I should say that we're rolling out new physical science units, and it's showing up in the 3rd grade and beyond. So it's a technology that we're using and introducing starting in 3rd grade. And so the 3rd grade revised physical science unit has it in it, and then also the revised 4th grade physical science, and then the 5th grade physical science will also have it. Google Earth, we use that for some of the mapping that we need, and along with ArcGIS. And then the important thing that holds this all together is the learning management system that your district is going to have to come to some agreement on what you're going to use. So as Nancy mentioned, there's a whole lot of them out there. So we don't integrate it with a learning management system, but what we have available in the platform is easily put into your district learning management system, which you'll have to do that. So that's going to be the big job that you're going to have to do as you unpack this platform. Okay, so I just this slide's got a whole bunch of examples, but we're going to spend a whole lot of time on this slide. So if you haven't found this slide in your Google Deck, I want you to find it so that you can click on these different links as we talk about them. So these are some of our main tools for collaborating. So I first want to get you to take a look at the student journal. When you click on this, it's going to force you to make a copy. So this is the way it will be delivered to you in the platform, and then you'll make copies for each of your students. So you click on this, and it will say, do you want to make a copy? And yeah, you do. And once you make this copy, I would recommend that this become your master, and you manage it in your Google Drive. Make a folder for your science unit, and then make a subfolder for student journals. And this is where you'll keep your master, and then the copies that you make for each of your individual students. we went through a lot of iterations over the summer on how we were going to deliver the student journal. We started out putting it on Jamboards, and then we went to Google Doc, and now we finally arrived at a Google Slide. So our student journal is contained in a Google Slide deck. So this is a slide deck. The reason we went with Google Slides versus Google Doc is because we were able to protect the writing prompts more from students either accidentally or on purpose changing one of the prompts, one of the questions. So these Google Slides you can see are you can't change if you click on the slide 2 here in the slide deck for this 5th grade life science student journal. You can see you can't change the background of the slide, but you can add to it still. So you will want to get familiar with the tools you need to use and the tools you need to share with your students that they're going to have to use to use the student journal. So and they're contained right up here. So the select button, the text box, insert images, shapes, or lines for different drawings. So if we wanted to insert a text box, we'd click on this T, and then we'd insert a text box here, and we'd write our question. So we write our question. In this case, we're talking about a phenomena that the students will watch in a video of a hippo near a African lake, and it has birds on it. So one of the questions might be, what's the bird doing on the hippo? And then I want to put that over here as a question and not an observation. So you can have the students do that. In the last session, I did have a teacher question that says, well, why don't you already have the text boxes there for the students so that if they click on it, it's ready to write in? Something we didn't decide, because first I think the students need to get familiar with the technology, so we don't want to make it too easy. We want them to be able to figure out when they need to insert a text or an image. And second, we probably don't have the time to do that right now. So if this is something that you felt was necessary for some of your students, you can go ahead and add these text boxes. So all they got to do is click and start word processing. So that's available. Go down to the second one. The second one is a place where they're supposed to draw an initial model. In this case, we want them to draw and label a model that explains what the X-pecker is doing on the back of the hippo. So I'm not real good at drawing, but I can put a few shapes together to help me out here. So I may use this to make the trunk of my hippo, and then I may draw a few lines here for legs, and then I'm just gonna copy this line so that I have some other ones. So Command C and Command V, I can make 4 of those lines, and now I have the legs that I need for my hippo. And I can do the same for I got to put a head on them, so I'll go back here to shapes, and I kind of like this smiley face. That's going to make it easy for me. And so there's my hippo. Okay, I hear you guys laughing, even though you got mute on. Some other things you can do though, and the kids will probably enjoy doing a little bit of this. We don't want to spend too much time with our model as far as it being an art project. It's the main idea is for it to show the relationship between variables. In this case, we got a hippo, so I'm going to do a web search, and I'm going to web search hippo. So I'm going to do a web search hippo clip art, and I'm gonna just click on that and put my hippo there. So there, now I've got a very nice hippo to start with. And I'll do the same for a bird. That's another important variable in this case. And scroll down and see if I can find just the right one here for me. So I hope you're playing along here as we do this. So just so you can get familiar with it. So I may put this guy on there, see if that works. Okay, and then you got an arrange tool, so you can put this in a. I'm going to send this back. So there's my bird and there's my hippo. So I got to come up with something that helps explain the cause and effect relationship here for the bird being on the back of the hippo. So why would a bird be on the back of a hippo? Anyone want to offer an answer to that? Maybe some of you fifth grade teachers out there that use this unit, or anyone.
You're talking about fifth grade, you said?
Yeah. Anyway, this model I need to have. I need to show in my model a reason why this bird might be on the back of the hippo.
Survival.
Okay. So what would be what's the relationship? The hippo is scaring other animals away.
Eating them.
Exactly. Defensive.
Okay, so we may have to show another animal running away from the hippo. Okay. Someone just said something about eating. What's that idea?
They eat the bugs and the ticks that are on the hippo.
Okay, so I need to I could put another image in there, so I might have to put in another clip art, insect clip art, and find me a bug. It's a bug. So
You passed a tick.
did I pass it? Oh, right there. This one. Let's see if that'll load. Okay, so I can go down here and I can add those to it. And now I got a
Giant
model. There we go.
Okay.
They're still kind of big compared to the bird, but
Well, that's a good
we
one.
get the idea. So now I got a model that explains a reason why the bird might be on the hippo. So anyway, I just having a little fun with it, showing the kids will probably enjoy doing this, but we want to make sure we don't spend too much time with the artsy part of this, that we want to make sure that it shows the cause and effect. So we could have kept scribbling over here with my other model and quickly put together an insect and a bird to do that. So anyways, you'll want to get familiar with these tools. The one that it took me a little bit to figure out, well, how do I draw? And you draw by going down here to scribble. And now you've got a way to draw.
Steve, I have a quick question. For
Sure.
some reason, all I can do is see you. I can't see your picture anymore once I get connected to the audio. So I don't know if, like, I'm on my phone, I'm not on my computer. Is there a reason why I can't see what you're drawing, but I can see you now?
Oh, I'm sharing my screen. I don't know. I don't know if your phone may not allow that part to get.
Well, I can see your screen. I can see you way up in the far corner, but once I attached to the sound, then it took away the screen and now I just see you. So, or whomever's talking. Like right now, I can't see myself, but everybody else can probably see my blank screen. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll
It
I'll
shows
play
you
with
have
it.
video off.
Well, so if I have video on, you see me, and then I can see a screen. Like, can you see me now, or I can't see
Yeah,
the
we
screen?
can see you now.
So I can see. I'm not sure who you are. You have your hands on your face. Yes, you. I can see you right now. That's all I can
That's
see.
Nancy.
That's Nancy.
Nancy,
Okay.
sorry. I'm Ann
Yeah.
Branham. Nice to see
So
you.
is anyone else using a phone that can help out here? Because I'm not familiar enough with doing this through a phone to know how to guide you into seeing the share screen.
I hit share content, but when I clicked it, it says only the host can share in this meeting. So maybe share with me again. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the share. Yeah, so that's for you to share with everybody else what's on your screen.
Oh, okay.
So you don't want that, but yeah, right now I'm thinking everybody on a computer anyway, I'm hoping is seeing my screen.
I'll be able to connect to my computer when I get to internet, but right now I'm just on my phone, unfortunately, because I just now finished my staff meeting. But I will just go ahead and keep going, and I'll just listen, and then when I get to my computer, then we'll see if it works.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Sorry.
Yep, that's all right. Sorry, I can't help you.
Steve, show where you found your scribble.
It could be. Do you have the
tool again?
Okay, so right now on the bottom of my phone, I have a phone for mute, stop video. I have both of those open. Share content, participants, and when I hit more, it says chat, meeting settings, and raise hand. I go into meeting settings, and everything is on in green.
I don't think you have that ability to get that screen on your iPhone.
Are you trying?
Well, I had it when I stopped, when I couldn't hear him. And then as soon as I hit sound, then it showed him, and then his screen was there, and he was a little up in the corner when the meeting first started. And I was like, but I can't hear him. And so then I hit share audio, and then it connected to his audio, but then his picture went away, and now it just shows him.
Can you see our faces?
I can see your face right now who's talking.
Can you swipe all the way to the right?
I swipe to the right, and it shows all of our faces. And I keep swiping to the right, and it still shows all of our faces, and then nothing. That's it.
Swipe all the way the other way.
So I'm swiping, yeah.
All the way.
She's muted now. Steve, while we're waiting for Ann, can you show Sarah where the scribble tool is?
Okay, so I'm up here on this toolbar, and right here you have the option. If you click on this arrow, you have option of drawing a line, an arrow, curves, and so on. But the very last one is scribble. Okay, so when you click on scribble, and then you take that crosshair and you just start drawing.
Thank you. I couldn't find it.
You find it now? Okay. And then there's lots of other options, like if you want to change the color of it, then you go over to this next one here and you can change the color. So there's lots of nice things you could do with this that'll make modeling fun. I just worry that the students might get too carried away with it and take too much time with it when we're just trying to get a simple model put together. Okay, back to the technology use slide. we're on slide 4. I'm working my way down the board. I'm going to give you some examples of how we use Jamboards. So I'm going to one of the ways we use it is to display card sets. So a lot of times in our kits, we're having you, the teacher, pass out a set of cards or an individual card for groups of students to discuss. This is an example using 2nd grade earth science, and we're passing out the card set for the land or weathering and erosion. So this is the weathering and erosion card set. So here's all 8 cards. So I'll wait a moment. I should be able to see you all joining me on here. Right now I've only got one of you on here. So I'm gonna wait a minute to see if I can get others on this Jamboard. So this is a link that on your learning management system, you'd have to have it there for the students so that they could all jump on this Jamboard and begin collaborating. So this replaces in classroom where you hand out the card set. Okay, I'm starting to see a bunch of you join now. Okay, looks like I got quite a few. So couple things that it would be nice to set up in your classroom when you get your students signed up on Google is that they do have a picture or their name on here, so so you, the teacher, could see who this is. Right now I'm just seeing anonymous anteater, anonymous cheetah, and so on. And then, and Nancy Carr is set up where she has a picture of herself. So that makes it really nice to be able to see what students you have on. So if you can set that up so that the students either have their picture or a name in that bubble, that would help out a lot. So
how do we know which bubble we are?
You don't. When all these anonymouses are here, you don't know which one you are.
You can tell if make yourself a sticky note, and then your icon will pop up.
Oh, okay.
So go to slide 2. Go over to slide 2, Group ABC, or even this slide if you want to add a sticky note to it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have them do that in a second, Nancy. I'm gonna show them how to divide.
Your icon will pop up as you're writing.
Yeah.
You'll know if you're the aardvark or the.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they'll see it. We'll see it, but I don't know if they'll see that.
Oh.
Yeah. So so right now the only one that I can tell who it is Nancy, because she's got her picture here.
Okay, somebody's down here on the lizard with a lizard. Oh, and there's. So I see a bunch of them jumping up. But
with their names?
No names.
Yeah, no names. Yeah.
Yeah, when I click on something, I can see my picture, so then I can figure out who I am to rename.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then you can when you click on that little icon, it takes you to where they are. So I can click on Nancy and find out what slide she's on.
Mm.
Okay, so the way we've got this arranged is we've got all 8 pictures here. The idea in the classroom is that you would assign 1 picture per group. So the way I got this set up today is that I've got, if your last name starts with an A, B, or C, I want you to go to the slide deck the slide with your group. So you'll see group A, B, C. So instead of doing this, you'd probably have the names of your students here, and you can just have a little sticky with their name on it. I'll show you real quick for those of you that haven't used this before. To get us, you got tools off to the left here. The important one to use is this sticky, and so you click on that, and you can write your idea down, and then save it, and it'll show up on that board. So just real quick to demonstrate, let's have you go to your assigned board, in this case based on your last name. So you'll see some stickies on each of the slides. And if your last name starts with a A, B, or C, I want you to go to this board on the second Jamboard. So the Jamboard is set up where I have each of the pictures, one picture on a Jamboard. And I want you to go to that Jamboard, and I want you to just add a note on your idea. I put a prompt on here: observe the picture and post ideas of how the land and bodies of water were formed. So go ahead and do that now, just to have a little practice seeing how this would unfold in a classroom. So your whole class with your group now. So you're asking them to go to their assigned Jamboard and put down some of their ideas. Now, one of the things I like to see when the students put their sticky, I like them to add their name. So try to do that too. It makes it much easier for you, the teacher, if you see a sticky and then their name on it. So go ahead and go to your Jamboard, and please add a sticky and then a name. So I'm not seeing too many, so I'll give you a little time to do that. So go to your assigned Jamboard and just add a sticky note with your ideas.
I'm having trouble accessing the Jamboard. Like, I see it, but when I click on it, I get a hand, not the arrow cursor. So for some reason, I'm not accessing it.
Are you on your, get off of the Steve screen, and are you on the slide deck that Steve shared?
Yeah, I thought I was on the slide deck that he shared, but it's still not allowing me access. So perhaps.
Right. So you're going to this link that says displaying card set.
Yes, okay.
Clicking on that.
Okay.
And then that should bring you to a Jamboard.
Okay, I'll try that again. Let's see. Go to this right here. Okay, so let's go down. So I'm clicking on displaying card set.
Yeah, and that'll take you to a Jamboard.
Oh, okay.
And now you got
yes. Now
yeah. So you got that toolbar on the left, and you'll want to find sticky note.
Okay.
And so now I would like you to go to your Jamboard based on your last name. So
Okay.
I've got this set up at the top here that you'll see 1 through 10.
Okay.
Arrow over, that'll take you to each of the Jamboards, and you're looking for the one with your last name. So I got them grouped by alphabet.
Yes. All right. So let's see.
So Steve, did you notice that they've added text box and circles in our tools now for Jamboard?
I didn't.
Yes. We can add a text box now. And yeah, so Jamboard is trying to keep up with us.
Yes, so these are some of the things we've been requesting, and they're doing it. Very good. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, very nice. So we don't have to rely completely on sticky notes anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. On the sticky notes, so if you decide you made a sticky note and you don't like the color, or you worded it differently than you wanted to, you click on it, and then you get these three dots here. You click on that, you can edit it, you can duplicate, you can delete, and that's new too, the order. We can bring it forward or bring it back. But if you edit it, one of the things I like do like the no colors. It's pretty nice to use, especially for the teacher directions.
Yeah, and now that we have the text box, we can just use a text box instead of having to change color.
That's true. Yeah, that'll be nice. Okay. Few other things that took me a little bit of time to figure out is you can copy a sticky from one board to another within this Jamboard. You can't do it from one Jamboard file to a different Jamboard file, but if you wanted to copy this sticky, I could do a Control-C or Control-V or Command-C, Command-V, depending on what computer type you have. And you can, I'll just show you. So I'm doing a Command-C, and now I'm going to do a Command-V. Now I have a duplicate copy of that. If I want to put this on a different board, I could do Command-C, and then I can go to a different board here and do Command-V, and now I made a copy of that sticky. So at first I didn't think I could do that because I was just relying on the mouse to do a right click to do my copy and paste, and that wasn't working at the time. Let's see if not. It doesn't look like they have it set up to do that yet. So you got to use your Control-C or Command-C and Control-V or Control-V to copy and paste from one board to another. And you can always undo it. There's this U-turn arrow for undo if you want to undo something that you just did. And you can undo it. I would highly encourage that you make a master of your Jamboard. So once you get your slide deck, you want to make your own copy. Kids can easily, anybody that's on this can easily wipe this out. Okay, so they might accidentally wipe out the whole picture. Now this undo will bring it back, but I would highly recommend you have a master copy of this. What I always do in mine, I make a master and then I make what I call presentation master. So the presentation master is what I put on my Google slide deck that I'm sharing with the students so that they can all get on. So I'd always have a backup. Okay, so it looks like we've got some people playing along here. So we got some ideas on just about every board, it looks like. Okay, so this is something that you can then have a whole group discussion on and get ideas, and then we'll take those ideas and we'll go to the next board. So the next board is an important one. This we'll find in every single unit. We use the What We Think chart. So let's click on the What We Think chart, and we'll want to get some of these ideas on the chart. Okay, so I'll give a few minutes for everybody to get there. So this chart is made up of five Jamboards. So you'll see up on the top here 1 through 5. So we can always arrow down on that to see what the 5 boards are. And they are what we're using in all our units. We've got, as a group of board charts, we're calling this the What We Think chart. It's made up of a chart that has what do we think about? And then the second chart is what questions do we have? And then the third, fourth, and fifth chart make up what some of you probably know as the activity summary board. So what did we do? What did we figure out? And then how does it connect to the phenomena? And I've color coded this to help me with the science and engineering practices. So this first board is blue, same color as the science and engineering practices. The second one is also blue. So when you're asking questions, you're doing one of the practices. And then the third one, still one of the practices. Then we get to the fourth one. What did we figure out? This is where we're going to see our DCI in student language and cross-cutting concepts get listed in student language. And then the last one, we color code purple to match our teacher guides. This is phenomena. So how does this connect back to the phenomena? So for example, when we were talking about the birds on the hippo, that was a phenomena. And then it looks like, yeah, if you keep on clicking, you'll add boards. So I see that somebody clicked and accidentally added a sixth board. Not a problem. And sometimes you'll need a sixth board as you fill these up, but you can just go and delete that board if you added one extra. You can, another nice feature though, as you fill up boards, you'll be able to duplicate. So what do we think? Well, we're gonna start with this question, and you'll see I've got myself some sticky notes over here on the bottom right already that I know is coming up in the unit. So I'm having these ready. These I've got duplicated so that we can put together what do we think about, and in this case, I want to ask the students, what do you think about how the land in the picture was formed? So this is where we're going to take those ideas from that card set, and we're now going to add them to our what we think chart on this first column. So what do we think about how the land in the picture were formed? So some of those ideas that we had on the Jamboard, we want to get moved over here to the what we think chart. So here's someone that said that erosion, water running down the surface of the land caused this. Oh, here's someone that had an idea that they look like domes. How did they get that dome shape? And it looks pretty dry.
I have a quick question. Is
Sure.
this going to be available for me to go into and watch your video so I can possibly see what the boards, what they look like, and that kind of stuff, possibly?
We'll be sharing this recording afterwards that you'll be able to see these.
Awesome, awesome, cool, because it all sounds amazing, but I'm not able to participate right now because of the link, so.
Yeah, it will help you. I hope later on today you can jump on a computer to
Perfect.
see. But
Perfect.
I'll have a recording of what you missed here.
Awesome. Sorry for interrupting, guys. Thank you.
That's okay. All right. So what I miss, and I wish I can do, and I'm going to try it again because maybe it got updated. I'm gonna try to copy this. So I did a Command C, and I'm going to see, because this is one of the things we requested that we be able to do. No, can't copy from one Jamboard to another Jamboard. So we'd have to ask the students to transfer their ideas onto this class what we think chart. Okay, so we'd and then as we work our way through the unit, well, later on in the unit, we want to know what they think about what the surface of the earth is made out of. So I've got these set up where I'll bring another one of these down, and then we'll start adding ideas to this one until we run out of room. Then you got to duplicate the board. So you can go up here and say, oh, I need more room for this first slide or first Jamboard, so I'm just going to duplicate it. And now I've got a duplicate of it. I'll keep my first one, and I'll get rid of this stuff on the second one so that I can start adding additional ideas. So we can add as many of those boards as we need space. All right, so this may become the answer if you in your classroom if you have a hard time with all these charts because you're running out of wall space. This might be a useful tool in the classroom as well. Okay, do we have any questions on that we need to go over, Nancy? Anything in the chat?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, the next one, we will have your word wall. So, you know, in the teacher guide, as you go through the unit, Nancy will have written, this is probably a key term that should come up at this point. So let's add it to our word wall. So this will be something that you'll continually go back throughout the unit. So the first one in 2E and G is, well, let's come up with a definition of landform. So I like this as a tool in the classroom as well as online virtual learning, that the students, if you have the computers in your classroom, the students will all add a sticky on what they think landforms, a definition of landforms, and then you'll take parts of each definition and then you'll come up with a class definition. So I kind of illustrated this on the second page here. So this is a small training that I did that Megan added, that landforms are different land shapes, rivers, mountains, and valleys. Julie said there's special features of the earth, such as mountains and hills. So I'm noticing that Julie put in hills, and that wasn't in Megan's. So that's going to help us with our definition, add to our definition. Steve put that landforms are parts of the earth. And then Jesse said that they're different shapes of land. So we have a little discussion and get to that Steve says it's parts of the earth, and Jesse says it's the land. So what we really mean, it's the surface of the earth. We aren't talking about the interior of the earth. We're talking about the surface. And then over here, we kind of combined that. Well, it includes rivers, mountains, and valleys. That's what Megan said. And then Julie said it was hills. So we'll have all of those in our definition. And so now we put together a class definition that it's different shapes of surfaces of the earth, such as mountain, hills, valleys, and rivers. Okay, and I think I circled rivers because that's a body of water that we may want to revise later on and put on the next board, where we have we have a term, bodies of water, a new term as we come to it in the unit. And so we'll start another slide for a new term, bodies of water, and we'll probably include rivers there, and then we'd go back and revise this one more time. So eventually they need to get it in their student journal though. So I would encourage that if you were online, that you make that an assignment. So I want to show you real quick what you would do to make this an assignment. So you don't want each of your students working off of this same board once you assign it to them. So if you click on this, and then you don't need to click on it. If you take this last part off up to that /.
You're not quite there, Steve. Oh, gotta get that V. Get your V out of there. There you go.
Okay, and then replace that with the word copy. Okay, so I'm doing this now to give an assignment to the kids. I want the kids to, on their own time, I want them to write the definition of landforms in the back of their student journal. So included in their student assignment would be this link that has that / copy. So I'm gonna copy that. I'm just gonna copy it to my slide deck now. So I'm gonna put that, oops, I gotta get out of presenting mode. So I'm gonna add that to my slide deck underneath this word wall. So now I'm gonna put a new link. And go ahead and when that appears on yours, go ahead and click on that, and now you'll get your own copy that you would assign to your students, so they'd each get their own copy, so that now they have something they could use, they can add to, they can manipulate without being on the same board as other students, to come up with a definition of landforms that they want to put in their student journal. So you just went from a group collaboration to now assigning a student an individual Jamboard, so that they could get that definition of landform in their student journal without messing with it, so that when other students look at it, it won't be changed. That make sense? I'll give a moment if anybody's got any question about that.
I don't have a question about that, but I don't know if at some point you or Nancy can show us how to rename so that we don't appear as anonymous, or our students don't appear as anonymous animals.
Oh yeah, that would be nice if Nancy knows how, because I haven't done that yet. Nancy, you did that, but I know whenever you signed up, it may have been something.
Notice how short my hair is in that picture. It was a long time ago. It's my picture from my Google identification. So if you have a Gmail account, you import a picture that way. Oh, let me see. It's my identification in Google Suite. So if you go to Google Suite, then you'll see a place to import a picture, and I really need to update my picture, huh?
So can you show this right now, Nancy, if I stop sharing?
Well, I have a picture in my Google Suite. I just don't know why it doesn't come up into when I join into that Jamboard and things.
It could have something to do with domains.
Yeah, yes. So
Could be
Steve
that.
and I are in the same domain, so he's gonna see my picture.
Because we see your picture too.
Oh.
You see Nancy's pictures. Yeah.
And I see Steve's S, but I don't see, everybody else is anonymous.
I'll have to do some looking on that. I'm not real sure, you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it'd be nice to set your classroom up so they can do it though. So I think that's something that maybe as your school as a whole will coordinate that, so all the students get their Gmail set up and includes a picture.
Yeah, I wonder if within our settings in G Suite, if we have to tell it to apply to all apps like Jamboard, Google Docs, all of that is what I'm thinking.
Oh, maybe so. Although when I set mine up, I didn't even know about Jamboards. But yeah, it could be a district level thing where you gotta, within your domain, you gotta set that up. I know you'd want to have their picture protected so that it's not going outside of your domain.
Correct. Yeah, I think our students are set up as their first initial, I believe, but it just has to, it shows up, there. It's just weird. But sorry to, I was just curious, trying to, know if everybody's on there and which slides are on. It'll be, and like I couldn't figure out who I was, so.
Yeah,
anyways.
yeah, that's going to be real handy for you to have your students so that you can identify them as they're doing things on a Jamboard.
Okay.
Especially if you got a mischievous one that keeps moving things around on you.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would put that down as something to ask your IT people. I think they'd probably be the best one to coordinate it for your Google Suites at your school within your domain. Okay, we'll jump on to word sort cards. This is another technology that I'm liking a whole lot because I know in training I always have a hard time getting these word sort cards out in an efficient way, and I know there's lots of ways to do that. Pat has taught me many ways on how to how to organize word sort cards, but I'm kind of liking organizing them on a Jamboard. So whenever there's a word sort card assignment, so this usually shows up as part of a pre-writing strategy. So we'll go to the word sort card, and so this is a word sort card that went along with lesson 2B of 5th grade earth science. So here's the words that they were given that's going to help them with their writing. So this is right after a lot of discussion came before this, where they did a demo showing convection currents, and then they had did some modeling, and now this is at the very end of the lesson that where they're asked to write about what causes a convection current. So you would use these cards, so you can just say, well, okay, I'm going to start out. Yeah, I like that warm air rises. So I'm going to put those two words together. What else could we add to this story? So we're trying to talk about a convection current here. So warm air rises. Here's cool air. Let's put that over here. Oh, I got mixed up. Cool air will sink. They go together. As the cool air sink and the warm air rises, what I learned from the demo is that this is what creates the wind. And I'm actually going to even do a little freehand drawing here that I know now from the demo that this happens in this direction. So if I've got warm air rising, the cold air is going to sink because of gravity. So I'm going to include that in my writing, and it's going to fill the space that was left behind when the warm air rose. So I'm starting to get a concept map here of some key terms that I want to use in my writing. So I've been coached by Nancy on this quite a bit, that there's nothing worse than having to do a writing assignment staring down at a blank sheet of paper. So that's the purpose of these word sort cards, is to give the kids some sort of concept map on to get them started with their writing. So notice that I didn't use all the words either. So sometimes that happens too. I asked Nancy about that once. Said, no, it's not. This is not meant for them to use every single word. Of course, it could get incorporated into this if you add to the story. All right. So that's word sort cards. I'm going to check the time real quick. I want to give you guys a break. I didn't set the timer, so it's time for a break. So I'm back to our agenda page, and I'm just using this for a timer. You'll see here a little chime when it's time to start. But let's take a 10-minute break away from our computer screens, give our eyes a rest, and then we'll come back and look at some of these other uses of Jamboards. Okay, so I will see you all in 10 minutes, which will be about 10:33. Well, let's make it 10:35. We'll see you back in 10 minutes or 12 minutes.
So Steve, I'm seeing in the chat that when they opened the Google slide, it opened in Microsoft instead of being connected with their Google accounts.
In many cases, or just in one?
In a couple of cases, and that's why they aren't showing up as themselves.
Okay.
So let me see, but I showed up as me.
and I showed up as an S. So when they opened this, they should have gotten the same. Well, they all were on the same thing that I was on. Why? So this has got to be something about their computer that's opening it in something other than Google Slides. I'm gonna turn our recording off for a minute.
All subjects. So to comment on everything through Google Classroom was taking a lot of time for me last year. So if we have that comment ability right on the journal, that could save me some steps.
Yeah, let me show everybody that real quick, Leslie. That's a good idea. Reminded me that I forgot to mention that. So I'm gonna bring that student journal back up. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Leslie had a question about student journals, and that reminded me that I didn't show you how to make comments on the student journal. So I'll show you that now if I can find my share button. There it is. Okay, so I've got my student journal back up again. Let's say I don't have my wonderful picture on there anymore, but let's say I did, and I wanted to comment on Steve on a wonderful model. So I can add that as a comment. So that's this button right here, add comments. So just like on a Google Doc, you have that available on the Google slide to add comments. So Leslie was also mentioning, hang on one second. Yeah. Annie, yeah.
She sent me an email, said she couldn't get in.
Oh, okay, I'll see if she's trying to get in. Nancy, will you be looking for someone that's having trouble getting in? She may be waiting for us. Annie Branham?
Don't have anybody in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you. So Leslie was also mentioning, and very, very good idea, that she would like her younger kids, first graders in this case, to have the physical journal at home. And I do like that idea. And then you'd have to get some cooperation with the parent to take pictures of their journal page and just add it as an image. So you can always go here and upload an image. So they would upload from their computer the image that they took a picture of on the student journal. So you can do it that way.
Steve, it says Steve Berry has started sharing screen. It's swirling, but it won't come up still. So thank you for trying.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Steve, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Can you show how you did that box where you commented again?
Sure, yeah. So let's see if I can, so I'm gonna go to, I'm gonna go ahead and add a text. And whoops. And then I think I can also highlight that specific part, and I can go to add comment.
Yeah, go to the X.
Oh, yeah, maybe so I go to this, and I can add a comment on great question.
Thank you.
And then you got to hit comment, and that'll be there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I forgot to mention that early on. So I'm glad we had that conversation, and that reminded me of that. So that's an important tool. You have it on Google Doc, but you also have it here. So I think you don't want to have them handing in things too many ways, because that's going to begin to be a management problem for you. But if you can have them, everything they do on the student journal, they either do it directly on the digital one or they upload images to it. I think that would help you keep things organized. Okay, we're down here on data collection. We just got done word sort cards. So data collection. I got a Jamboard that goes along with something changed on this one, Nancy. This may be something that you changed when you added this, or you might have revised this. So we'll make copies of it. So we're gonna use this, and I gotta do some erasing. I don't know if this is from you guys today or from last week. I have a feeling it's from last week.
Last week, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show you how to clean up a Jamboard. So I used the eraser. I erased what was on there. Some of these points are little stickies, so I'm just gonna get rid of those points. So this is to this Jamboard's gonna go along with watching a video to collect some data. So let's see if we can do this. So I think we're all on different Jamboards right now, because I made a copy of this, and you'll have to make a copy too. So we're not on the same Jamboard. So now I'm going to go to some videos that we're going to collect some data on. So here, this is a 4th grade physical science, and what we're asked to do, this was a hands-on investigation for the students, where you hand out a basketball and a volleyball, or a basketball and a tennis ball, and you're going to drop each one individually. So this first video is dropping a basketball from a height of 100 meters.
That was a fun lesson.
Yes, this is one. It is a fun lesson, but I just love the physics behind this, and how students are going to be able to use this Jamboard to come up with some evidence that shows that energy moves from place to place, which is the idea of this lesson. So watch carefully. We want to see how high the basketball bounces when it's dropped from 100 meters, 100 centimeters. And the nice thing about the video is that we can replay it. So here's the drop, and now it bounces. And it looks like that's the top of its bounce right there. It's starting back down. So I'm gonna have the students measure that, so they all come up with their own measurement. And I would be coaching them that let's use the center of the basketball as our point of reference. So I'm reading that. It looks like it's about 70. So I'm going over to my Jamboard now, and I've got the basketball alone. It looks like it bounced about 70. So I'm going to use a sticky with a X on it for the basketball bounce. So the X is going to be what I use for basketball, and I'm going to just move that over to this line graph and say, well, it bounced about there. Okay, and I'll do the same with the tennis ball video. Okay, and then I'll get some data on the tennis ball. Looks like right about there is its peak. So it looks like it went about 60. So I'll add that to my Jamboard. So I'm going to use a dot to represent tennis ball bounce. So I'm just using a sticky note. I'm clicking on this last one that gives no background. And I'm using I'm typing in a period to represent my point. And so now I've got that one, and I'm just gonna make it as small as I can. And so the tennis ball alone was, I forgot how far it was. It's about 60. So I'm gonna put that up here on this, oops. Come on.
Got the wrong dot. There, no, wrong dot.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I'm up here about 60. Of course, you can freehand this in there too, but I think it'll be easier and neater if you get all the kids doing this with dots and X's. So what we're trying to do is show a little variability here. So everybody's looking at these videos and they're recording what they thought it was, and then so they're plotting it on here along with the rest of the class. And then we go back and we do the tennis ball on top of the basketball. And then we have a video of that. So the only downside of all this is that I get to have all the fun doing the investigation. The kids don't get to do the hands-on, but they still get the data. Oh, and there's the big surprise. So let me play that, get that back. So first time you do this, you're rather startled about what happened. So let me go back to here. So they both drop at the same time with the tennis ball on top, and then they bounce, and the tennis ball just takes off. Where did it get all that energy? Okay, but what's really important though is knowing how high the basketball goes in this case, so you can get that data here. So this is the important piece of evidence for the students to use as part of their argument to show that the energy moved from place to place. So the tennis ball went off the charts, 2+ meters. The basketball went 50. So let's go back to our Jamboard. So now the tennis ball on top of the basketball went 50. So I'm gonna make a copy of this. So X's represents our basketball. So the basketball only went 50 now. Oh, I wonder where that energy went. The basketball's not bouncing as high. Well, the tennis ball, it went off the charts here. It went out here someplace at 200 or more centimeters. So you get all the class data on here, and you're able to say, well, the basketball lost energy, the tennis ball gained energy. The basketball lost energy. It was bouncing up about 70. It's only bouncing 50 now. And the tennis ball gained energy. So now I have a piece of evidence to show, to back up my claim that energy moved from the basketball to the tennis ball. Okay, I'm done with my physics, Nancy.
I know, you can't take the teacher out of the teacher.
No. So it just was such a great tool that everything just fell into place here, that you get some really nice evidence for the kids to be able to use to make that claim that we're trying to get to in the 4th grade physical science, is that energy moves from object to object or place to place. In this case, from basketball to tennis ball. All right, I'm done with it. All right. Then group whole class models. So so this one, this is back to that 5th grade one. So we draw and label a model that explains what the bird is doing on the back of the hippo. Include any observations of the different living and non-living things in the African lakes and river ecosystem. So they had this as an individual model in their student journal. The idea in the classroom is to join groups, share your individual models, and come up with a group model. So this is where you would do this collaboration, is on a Jamboard. So the students would have access to their student journal, and they would be able to share student journals, or you'd be able to share pictures from different student journals. And then the groups would model this. Now the drawback of this, if you don't put students into breakout sessions, or if you don't schedule different times online for groups to do these models, you may run into problems. I've had early reports that teachers do not like putting students into breakout sessions where they're on their own for any length of time. So you're going to have to work through that challenge. But you can make enough boards here so that each group is making their model. I just want to show you the corresponding slide deck that goes along with this activity. So we start out with showing them the phenomena, which is the video. So if it's not on the slide, it generally is in the slide deck. Yeah, here it is. So it's in the presentation notes. So I'm going to show you this video real quick. It's only a minute long. So here's how they start out the lesson. I want to show you this video of a hippo. Don't need any sound with it. So this is to get the students wondering. If you remember in the student journal, it had a spot on page 1 for them to take notes and ask questions. So I'll generally show this video 2 times. The first time just to watch it, and the second time for them to concentrate on their observations on the ecosystem around the hippos, as well as what's going on with the hippos and the birds. So that's the phenomena. We don't want to get into fish cleaning hippos yet. So that's the phenomena, and then they're coordinating this with their student journal. They're writing about what's happening, and so here's the student journal page where you got the prompt to do the model. So work with your group and use the space below to draw and label a model. So they draw their individual model, but we got to get that collaboration in where they do their initial model. So right in this, it would be a link to that Jamboard. And you can either assign students a Jamboard along with their rest of their group. So instead of group 1, I'd probably have the names of the students that belong on this first Jamboard, the name of the students that belong on this second Jamboard, and so on, so that they can begin to collaborate with their group and come up with a group model. And so then that launches into the rest of the unit. Then after you go to your what you think about chart next, and from the initial modeling, you'd record ideas that students are having of why the bird is on the hippo, and some of the questions. Okay, so we would handle some group models, or one of the way we'd handle group models is on the same Jamboard like that.
I have a question. It's very basic. I need some remediation here. How do you join? I see that 4 people are joining the Jamboard. Now I'm on it, but I don't know if I'm the one that joined. I guess I missed that step.
Okay, so yeah, I've got only 4 people on this Jamboard. How you got there is if you were in this slide deck.
Yes, I'm in the slide deck.
And you went to this model or this link on slide number 6.
Yes.
So yeah, so you are one of the 4 that's on there right now.
Okay.
Okay, so this you can think of this slide deck as kind of your control center. So you would have.
Look at that. He's just pecking away at that, isn't he?
That may be either I or someone else has. I have a video on still. Sorry.
Yay, I can see your video now, Steve. It finally connected.
Oh, very good.
It does work on iPhones. If anyone wants to know, it just takes 2 hours for it to connect.
Okay, good deal. All right, so yeah, so think of the Google slide deck that we're giving to you as your control. So this is what you'll have up during an online session. Then in addition to that, the students have to be able to get to this link. Now keep in mind, they're not going to have your Google slide deck, but you've got to take this link and make a copy of it and put it in their learning management system so that you can say, all right, I want you to join me on this Jamboard for our initial models, to draw our initial models. So you'll have to have a link on your learning management system for them to click on so that you all land on the same Jamboard.
We could also have this, like, couldn't we share this to like a group of students and another group of students and another group of students so we can actually have virtual, I mean, not virtual, we can have, I guess it would be virtual groups since we can't actually have groups in the classroom all together.
Right.
Right.
So that'll be huge help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is all of this will help in the classroom too, because you still got these social distancing
Perfect.
that you got to follow. So you're
I
not
had one more
gonna be able to
quick
put them together.
question. Sorry, Steve. Now that I can see what I'm seeing here, we as science social studies teachers are going to be the only ones connected to this Google group, or does every teacher have access to science even if they're not teaching science?
You'll be able to spread this around within your district. So you'll get your access code, and then you will download this slide deck and other resources for your use. And if you have another teacher that is going to be using it, they can access.
Just invite. So is it going to be like our Google Classrooms where I would invite teachers to the classroom, invite students to the classroom, or is this a totally different website just for science?
This is just the resources that you'll add to your Google Classroom.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to.
When I say learning management system, you're going to have to go from what we're giving you and put these links onto your learning management system, your Google Classroom.
Perfect. And is it sorted by lesson plan, by unit, user friendly, so we can just click?
Yep. It's
awesome.
It's sorted like that, and it follows the teacher guide to the T. Perfect.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So
no more questions for now.
The idea is even if you're starting school out face to face, which I'm glad you are, you still got to do some social distancing in the classroom. But if you get an interruption, you can just keep on going, even from home.
Yeah, our hope is that if we do get disrupted again and everybody's sent home, then we'll have had some practice with the kids, and the kids will have had some practice with this, so that it'll be a little bit easier than on all of a sudden oh my gosh, I don't know how to use these tools.
Yeah, that's the big idea, is that we gotta give the kids some time to get into a routine using this technology so that they can be successful at home. I know it's gonna be a challenge for those of you that are starting out with them at home, teaching them the technology. It would be much nicer having them in the classroom at least a few days out of the week to help them get into a routine.
Yeah, and even if you just create introductory Jamboard so that kids can take a sticky note and write something about themselves, or you know, and then show them how they collaborate in groups, and without the science behind it, just to get them messing about with some of this stuff.
Okay, so that slide number 4 just had a whole bunch of examples on it. I was just trying to show you a whole bunch of different ways that we're using this in the platform. So now I'm gonna start in on some specific examples. So reading integration is real important, along with the science talk that goes along with the reading integration. So here's an example from the kindergarten Earth Science Unit, Lesson 1A, where they are going to read Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs, and that's going to be used to launch a science talk on patterns and what a pattern is. So keep in mind, this is kindergarten, and it goes along with the Weather and Climate Unit. And so this, the Flipgrid link has the link to a teacher reading Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. What I would recommend is that this be you in reading the book. So we've got if you go to this link, you've got a teacher, and maybe some of you know this teacher. So
hi, my name is Erica Shepperman. I teach kindergarten at Clear Lake Elementary in Oxford, Michigan. Today I'm going to read Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Cloudy with a Chance.
okay, so I would actually give that to the students and their parents as an assignment that they would do before you go online with this lesson. So you'd be asking everyone, did you get a chance to read Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, or listen to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? So you're relying on your parents to help.
Quick question, sorry. Could that be something we could do on the remote learning day? Or do we want to make sure we leave that as an extension, or maybe record ourselves reading the book and just put it as an extension?
Yep.
Or
the way I would think you would want to handle it, because you wouldn't want to use your precious minutes that you're going to have online with the whole class just reading to them. So I would have this as something that they would do the day before they would meet online with you. Ideally, I would like this Flipgrid to be of you reading the book, in this case, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. In a lot of cases, we have backups where we've had teachers read the book. So if you get into a pinch, we may have it, but make sure you look ahead, because we don't have all of the books read. So the ones we do, we have a link, but we don't have all of them. So, but ideally, I think this would be real important that you have a Flipgrid video of you reading the book to the kids, and that they are listening to that the day before they go online with you for the whole class science talk. Okay, so you would get online with them. Did everybody get a chance to read this? Let's do a whole class discussion of it now. So this is just like in the book, where Nancy has listed certain pages that she wants you to visit. I have each of these shown in a slide. So page 4, we want to have a little discussion on what's meant by a tall tale bedtime story. Okay, and then so you have that discussion online. So you're giving the kids a chance to to have their turn talking about this page in the book to the whole class. Then we'll go on to the next one. Now we're going to visit some of these pages that talk about the pattern that's developing. So this, so we have food, different foods types being part of the weather. So after a brief shower of orange juice, low clouds of sunny side up eggs moved in, followed by pieces of toast, butter and jelly sprinkled down on the toast, and most of the time it rained milk afterwards. That's from page 12. And you notice I'll go to this link in just a minute. So this is a Jamboard link that's going to help your students begin to identify the patterns that are happening in this book. So I'll go to the next slide, and it went for lunch. It went through what was for lunch, and then dinner. And so now let's go to this type of food, time of day, and we're going to have the students following along. And as you review that, we're gonna have them start going onto this Jamboard and manipulating these pictures. So in the morning, you might have one of the students say, "Well, what did the book say we had in the morning? What do you remember from reading it?" Well, I think I remember it talking about orange juice in the morning, and then sunny side up eggs, and then so toast and I'll let somebody's manipulating that. I'll let you go ahead and do it. Yep. So we had toast, and then what was it? What was it followed by usually?
Are we able to tell with our students who's manipulating and who's participating when this is happening virtually with our students?
Yeah, well, right now I can tell that like anonymous blobfish moved the milk. So what you want to do is get those little icons to where it actually has the picture of the student on it or the name of the student. So
okay, perfect. Thank you. You probably already addressed that, but I didn't hear. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. So we go through the reading and we do that, and I kind of got the answer key here on the second page here. So this is what eventually you read through that book, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. You show, well, all right, so morning, it was in the morning we eat breakfast, and we have eggs, and we have orange juice and that sort of thing. And then in the middle of the day we have lunch, and we have hot dogs, and we might have a soda. And then at dinner time, evening, we have dinner, and we might have some peas, and we may have some potatoes and some meat with that, and Jell-O for dessert. So that establishes a pattern and then you have the opportunity to talk about patterns and how breakfast, lunch, and dinner is kind of a pattern in our day, and as we go from morning to midday and evening. Okay, and then as you know, if you continue with the book, everything changes. So you talk about patterns. You talk about patterns, and then you go back to the book and you begin reading page 16 when it talked about when the weather takes a turn for the worse, and discuss what happens when the pattern is interrupted. So you go back to your Jamboard and you go back to the book reading, and you say, then breakfast we had broccoli, lunch more broccoli, and dinner even more broccoli. Oh, the pattern got interrupted. Okay, so you talk about students' experiences that they can relate, where their daily pattern had gotten disrupted, maybe a snow day, or maybe a coronavirus interrupted their virus or their pattern of their day. So I think all the students could relate to how much their daily routine got interrupted last spring. So that would be a good one for everybody to refer back to. So you get this discussion about patterns. So that's a use of the Jamboard with that. And then we turn that conversation into talking about the weather, and that there's patterns with the weather. And then this is where we ask them just to come up with one word that describes the weather. So this again might be an at-home assignment on their own with the help of their parents. So before they get online, you might have assigned this to have them already do this, and they might have come up with, think of one word that describes today's weather, and they all get a chance to put that up there. And then you discuss some of the words that they use to describe the weather. Just for fun, I put another link up here. It takes a little bit more technology, but there's a word cloud dashboard here that if you want to use, this creates a word cloud, and the more times the word gets used, the bigger it gets and the more prominent it gets in the center. So if you click on this, you can start entering words, and it'll start showing up. Or you can have this teacher-led, where you ask somebody for a word and you type it in for them, and then it will show up on the word cloud. So I'll put in sunny, and that should show up on the word cloud. There it is. And you can keep entering words on there. And this one's going to take a little more prep on your part to get ready and familiar with it. If you don't want it there, just take it off. I just put it on there for fun, that some of you might want to use it, but the teacher guide is deviating from the teacher guide a little bit. The teacher guide just wants you to post things on this idea organizer. Okay, and then you start preparing the students for going outside to observe the weather. So you want to talk to them about what it takes to make a good weather observation. So if you're a kindergarten teacher, you're familiar with this checklist that's in your teacher guide. So created a Jamboard so that you can discuss this with the students. So all of these are over here on the side for you to use, and they're stacked on top of each other, so they're kind of hiding one another. So you'd start building your weather observation chart on what you need to do that. So again, I put this in 2 pages, where if you want to take a look at what it should look like in the end, this is what you might be working toward as you discuss this with the students. So you'll have them identify the senses, talk about their senses, and then how what if they're using the census site, what weather they might be able to look at or observe if they're using their site. So that gives you the opportunity to do that with the students online. And then they're going to go outside and do their weather observation. There's a student journal page that goes along with this. There's to draw and label a picture of the weather you like the most, and then draw and label a picture of the weather you like the least, and then write what you wonder about the weather, and the kids go outside and observe the weather. I think that's in the wrong spot, but And then I like, and I'll show you how to manage student journals later, but this is a slide that I would encourage you to insert right into your slide deck, is that you have this class roster, and then you have links to their student journals, so that you can very quickly go to a student's student journal and see what they drew and share it with everybody else in the class. And I'll show you how to manage that later on. And then as they're sharing their pictures from their student journal, you're gonna start to create this science word wall, and you're gonna start putting words up there that they're gonna use to describe the weather that they like the most and like the least. So you start putting a word wall together. So this is just a blank, just titled Science Word Wall, and you'll start as they're talking about their pictures that they drew. You'll start adding some words onto the word wall. And then we go to the what we think chart, and you start adding some of their ideas to the what you think chart, some of the questions that they have. So in this case, it's the teacher guide. I have these kind of tucked over here before I start, and this is set up like this. So I would say, okay, well, so we talked a lot about patterns. So what do you think about patterns, and maybe using patterns to help us to with the weather, to observe the weather and predict the weather? And so you get their ideas on there. So in this case, at the kindergarten level, this is probably a whole class discussion, and they're one at a time sharing their ideas, and you're putting that up there as a sticky note.
5 or 6 at a time sharing their ideas, Steve.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right.
You're right.
5.
Okay. So you better. So of course you know how to adapt to that and type quickly. I'd be sunk because I'm still a one-finger typer.
And the lower, we could also tie this in with our Hungry Caterpillar, like if we do a Hungry Caterpillar unit where we're doing patterns with that, with the days of the week. I mean, this ties into a lot of stuff we can do. So that's really great. I love it. Thank you.
And it's really cool. You could take the images if they uploaded an image in their student journal. You can take that image and put that right here on the what we think chart and attach a word with it. So here's somebody's drawing of what sunny looks like, or here's somebody's drawing of what cloudy looks like. And so you can put that right together on, say, the word wall. So you can add as many images here and less writing and more pictures if you need to. So I think it's really a nice tool. Okay, and that is probably a nice place for us to stop. So we got 10 minutes for discussion, and then we'll take a break. So I am going to stop sharing my screen for now, and we can have any discussion that you would like to have, or questions that you'd like to ask about the morning session.
It looked like there was some questions and comments. I don't know about if anyone got their questions answered, but I didn't. I'm just super excited that I got to see your screen again, Steve. Thank you.
I'm glad you did.
Back.
Yeah. Well, Nancy's been doing a pretty good job with watching the chat. So is there anything in the chat, Nancy, that we need to address?
I don't think so. I'm going to look at lunchtime to see about the icons, whether you're an aardvark or a elephant or a turtle, to see what happened with how we can make sure everybody has their, for kids, I assume it's not pictures, it's initials. But the other thing that I also wanted to figure out was why some of you are not on a Google slide, but were bumped to Microsoft.
Yeah. I can only relate that maybe to when I get emails with the links in it. I can open that, and sometimes my computer will ask me, do I want to open it as Google Slide or download it?
Mm-hmm.
And then I get a download sometimes of a PowerPoint versus a Google Slide deck.
Right, right.
It also might be in their settings, whatever they have set as a default to open those links.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So check your computers at lunchtime and see if we can kind of work through that, because if you do have to push this at home, you want all kids to be you need it to be consistent with whatever they're seeing at home.
Yeah, and then we'll all just have to be patient. I know I've started out, and I've been in many, well, even last week, Nancy and my boss was having to put a note on my board and say, or on the screen say, turn on your audio, or turn your mute off, or turn your volume up, because I just couldn't get things to work for me that day. So we're all learning this technology. So it's not unusual. The start of a meeting, we're coaching people through how to use technology, and it's going to be that way with your students. You're gonna have to take this really slow.
Yeah, and device to device, it's going to change. So
I do think at one point in time I was able to hit the tools for a second, because I think I drew some green lines on the screen. Did anyone see green lines on the screen earlier? I don't know how I got the tool to work on my phone, but I hit something and did something. But
yeah.
I'm hoping after lunchtime I'll be at my actual computer. I'm trying to get there right now. So
okay.
I'm
All
on
right.
crutches and I'm not allowed to go in the building. So
Okay. So we will continue at 12:30, and I got lots of other examples to show you, and we can talk about and share it for different grade levels. So we did a kindergarten. We're gonna, after lunch, we'll do a first grade one on earth science that I really like. I think it's a really helpful, because the teacher is having to juggle reading 3 different books. So it does help to have some recordings of these. So that the teacher can manage this activity better. So I think this would be useful in the classroom as well as
disconnect and then reconnect after lunch.
You can do it either way. I've had people just stay connected on, or you can get off for a while, give everything a break, and click back on the link afterwards, and we will let you back in.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
all right.
So I'll see you all at 12:30.
Nancy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bother because I know it's your lunchtime, but so I clicked on the cat icon, right? So I do get on the links. I do get on the slide deck. I get into the Jamboards, but my cat icon will never appear. Even if I move something, I see someone else's icon. So when we did that very first Jamboard, maybe I missed a sign up.
I think you don't see your own icon.
Oh, okay.
Everybody else's. Yeah, okay. I don't see mine.
Okay.
But I see everybody else's moving around. So
okay, yeah.
That's the confusion.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to need then to put my students and have everybody identified, or else I'm going to have to learn to do that. And then for Flipgrid, you were saying teachers make your own videos on there. So if I go to YouTube and Google some Flipgrid videos, it would show me how I can make my own videos. And
yeah, and on one of the slides,
there was a link.
Yeah. If you want to use that to start out with,
okay,
that'll give you step-by-step on how to do it.
Yeah, use slide 4, Leslie, of what Steve just gave you, and it's got your directions.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Have a great lunch.
All right.
Okay, you too. Thanks, Leslie.
Bye.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, Nancy, I'll let you investigate that icon thing, because I don't have a clue how I did it.
Well, me either, because as they came in, as they signed in as participants, if you look in the chat, like I'm in as NK, you're in as S, and
Yeah.
and so so that doesn't translate over to
That's
the
funny. It
Jamboard.
doesn't show your picture though.
No, isn't that funny?
Yeah, but some people have their picture showing up.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be an IT issue for each individual school.
It might be.
'Cause I think there's probably some settings, some security settings that may or may not allow it to go outside of their domain.
Yeah, yeah. If I click on that, it doesn't give me.
Maybe we can put a help desk question in for our people.
You can rename, so I don't know. Well, but that's like if Nelson uses my computer and it comes in and it's Nancy Carr, you can rename it and let people know that it's Nelson. So I
Yeah.
did that once.
Yeah. Or you can, if you switch off your Google, so if you do a new Google account, even if you're on somebody else's computer, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You'll get that.
Yeah.
We're gonna learn a lot about technology this year.
I know. My head is already spinning.
It is not my favorite subject.
Yeah. We might ask since they've been doing a lot of
out there today. I'm fortunate to be. I'm here in Battle Creek, downtown Battle Creek, and our school, the Math Science Center, is right on the river. So I got to go find a bench and sit out right next to the Battle Creek River. Very nice today. Okay, we'll pick up where we left off. So we are going to look at a reading integration for first grade. And I really like the way this one turned out. This is a hard one to do in the classroom. I think the technology will make it a bit easier. All right, so we're on this is slide 20 of the Google Slides that I shared with you. Reading integration example from first grade Earth Science. So this is a reading integration where they find information from three different sources. So 3 books: The Phases of the Moon, Faces of the Moon, and then What Shape is the Moon. And they're going to use those 3 books. The students are going to use those 3 books to get information so that they can make a model that shows the pattern of how the moon changes from phase to phase. So we'll go into the slide deck for this particular lesson, lesson 3B, and it starts out with a question that most likely appeared on the What You Think chart at some point prior to getting to this lesson. So is there a pattern or a cycle to the changing shape of the moon? That's going to become our research question, and we're hoping that you'll be able to grab that off of the What You Think About chart. So I have that linked here so that you can go back to what questions do we have, and I just made this up. You can see my name's on all of these sticky notes. So I was a one-person class here, but I thought some ideas that might have come up by this point. So there's some categories of questions about the sun, and then some questions about light and dark, and then I had some questions about the moon. So this would have come from some of the questions that probably would have shown up on the what we think about chart, or what we think chart, and then page 2, the questions we have. So we got some questions about, why does the moon change shape? Or is the moon round? We've already read one of the books. I forget the name of the book, but there's it's a book, different animals taking positions on what shape they think the moon is. And the wild boar said the moon looks like half a watermelon. Where did the other half go? Is my question. So that brings us to this slide. Is there a regular pattern? So we've got this investigation, or questions that we're going to investigate to find out. So 3 books, 3 sources. Each one of them has a Flipgrid link. And what the idea of this lesson is that each one of these books goes through the phases of the moon. So we're going to take from all 3 books. I'll just kind of flip through this. So we're going to look at the phases of the moon, and it's going to talk about the new moon. And then we're going to go to Faces of the Moon, a different book, and it has a page dedicated to the new moon. And then, well, it has another page for the new moon. And then we'll go on to the Waxing Crescent Moon, and we'll read out of the Phases of the Moon book, and then we'll read out of the Faces of the Moon book, and we'll read out of the What Shape is the Moon book for our 3 sources. And we just continue through that for each phase of the moon. Okay? As we go through this, though, the students are beginning to build a model. And I'm beginning to think I should have this link located at the beginning of all this. But right now I have it at the very end of this. But the students are going to be using this share link to a Jamboard so that they could construct their model of the shapes of the moon as we go through the reading. So if you would, why don't you click on that and have that ready to go, and then we'll go through some of the reading. So click on that. I think it's going to ask you to open a new document. So everybody's building their own model. We're not collaborating on this right now. So you should get make a copy. So go ahead and make a copy of that and have that opened, and then we'll go back through some of the reading to show how this is going to work and is integrated in. So you first grade teachers are probably familiar with this lesson. This is the lesson where you have to have 9 circles cut out for every student. So there's a little bit of prep work involved on this one. So you got to have quite a few of these circles made on black construction paper. So instead we put the circles on a Jamboard. And the idea is they're going to use crayon or chalk to color the shape of the moon for that particular phase white on this black construction paper. Okay, the way we made that work on the Jamboard is we've got the black construction paper cut out of the black circle, and instead of putting it on black construction paper after we're done, all we got to do is change the background to black. So try that. So go to background and just hit black, and so that hides those circles except for the part that you color white. So that's the neat way that we were able to do this. So keep that Jamboard up and available. And now I'm going to go back to the beginning of this where we start reading. And I'm just going to show you just a few slides of how we put this together. I thought it went together real well, where this would be a useful tool in the classroom or online remotely. So we begin our journey through these books with the new moon. Okay, each one of these slides, if you click on it, is going to take you to a flip grid. So I'm going to go click on it, and I'm going to get the flip grid open. And then I'm going to go back to my slide so that the flip grid is in the background.
The phases of the moon always happen in the same order. When the moon is directly between Earth and the sun, you can't see it at all. This is called a new moon. Only the side of the moon we can't see is lit by the sun. When there is a new moon, the sky looks very dark.
Okay, don't have to go back to the flip grid. You go to your next slide. We've got
The moon's first phase, we call it new. When moon's between the sun and new, her sunlit side is turned away and we can't see her night or day. New moon rises and sets with the sun. Then moon returns where she'd begun to hide between our Earth and sun, and though this orbit now is done, next month she'll start anew. Waxing and first quarter. As the moon moves around the Earth, we start to see part, or a crescent, as its right side lit by the sun. This is called a waxing crescent moon. Waxing means that the amount of the moon we see is growing. A few days later, we see a quarter moon. It's also called a first quarter moon.
Okay, I'll stop it right there. So the flip grid is playing in the background there. And we're just spliced together different flip grid videos as we change from book to book. And so now we want to go back to our Jamboard. And so we got introduced to the new moon, and we got introduced to the waxing crescent moon. And there was already a mention of the quarter moon, but we'll just do this with the new moon. So here's the new moon. I don't have to color it at all. When I change my background to black, you can't see it, just like they talked about and described in the reading. Okay, and then my next one is supposed to be waxing crescent. So I'm going to take my pen, and I'm going to use white. And I like to use the highlighter, the paintbrush, although it paints a larger swash across there, it's kind of dull in color. So I'm gonna use the highlighter as my choice. So I color this. This is where it takes a little practice. And according to the reading, I get this little crescent just starting to appear. And so I'm going to color that in. And I hope you're playing along and doing the same with your Jamboards. So I can't see what you're doing on your Jamboard. Everybody's got their own Jamboard for this, so they would have to copy the link for you to so that you can see it. The other alternative is you can have your whole class, you can have a set of Jamboards for all 20, 25, 30 kids with links ready so that you can assign them a Jamboard so that you could pop in and take a look at what they're doing. When you use that /copy, you don't have a link. I do think there's some learning management systems like Google Classroom that helps with that though. All right, so I've got my new moon, so I'm going to put my label in there. So here's my new moon. I've got my pattern started. So it starts out as a new moon, and then I get a waxing crescent. So I'm going to title that just like it said in the book, and then I'll change my background to black, and I've got the start of my model. And then, so you'd go through and do that for all of the phases of the moon as you go through this set of slides, and as you let the Flipgrid video read to the students for those that are having difficulty with reading it on their own.
Hey, Steve, quick question. I'm not able to, after I colored in or shaded in my moon, I'm not able to get back the cursor to move the little new moon and.
Yep, I can help you with that. So
How did you do that?
when you're coloring, you're using the pen tool on the left-hand side. You
Right.
can go down 2 more and go back to the select tool.
Oh, okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and then you'll be able to grab the labels that are here and move things around a bit.
Okay, yep, that worked. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. And then the other thing is when you color this in, if you decide to move the circle, the color doesn't go with it.
Oh.
So you got to have these circles laid out in an order that you're gonna show these. So that's a little bit different than having the construction paper, right? Because they can make them all, and then they can figure out what order they go in. Okay, so the rest of this activity is just going through the 3 different books and constructing a model that shows the pattern of the moon phases. And so the model gets used to answer their question about, is there a pattern to the shape of the moon? So this is the classrooms that I've been in. This is at least a 2-day lesson, and 3 days for some. This would be something I think it's kind of self-contained, where you could assign this with this set of slides as something that the kids could do at home on their own time versus online time with the whole class. Okay, so then you get to the science talk, and this is where you want them to share their models. So there's, I think the way I would do it is I would, instead of clicking on this and letting them make their own copy, that's the quick, easy way to do it. But there may be a disadvantage to that, in that if you don't have control over and know what they're linked for that. I think Google Classroom allows you to assign a Jamboard, and it creates a new one for each student, and then you still have access to it. But it depends on your learning management system. I'd want to have a master slide here where I made enough copies of this Jamboard for every student, and then I just had a page that linked everybody's Jamboard, so I could click on it real quick and show each student's model to the whole class as we talk about it in this science talk. Okay. We'll go on to another example. This one is just showing off some of our videos. We're trying to put together, or we are putting together, videos of activities that are meant to be hands-on investigations or teacher demos, knowing that some of these investigations, even if you are face-to-face, you're not going to be able to do in groups because of handling materials. So we're putting together videos of these. This is an example from 5th grade ENG of one of the teacher demo videos we put together. So in this video, we're setting up an aquarium that has ice, a bowl of ice on one side and a bowl of sand on the other side. And then we're going to put a heat lamp over the sand, and we're going to create a convection current. So this is the topic here is Earth systems. So we're looking at detailed in each of the Earth systems. So we're looking at the atmosphere now. And so one of the components of the atmosphere is wind. So we're going to investigate what creates a breeze or wind. So we start with this demo as a lesson phenomena. Oops. So I'll show you the demo real quick. So the demos, what we try to do is we try to stay out of the picture as much as possible, out of the video as much as possible. And we just did the demo. We're expecting teachers to add narration to this as needed. But we're trying to just stay out of the picture as much as possible. So you won't even see me or any explanation, but if I was a teacher, I may be explaining a few things here, but keep in mind, we're trying to get them to come up with explanations. So we're not trying to teach what causes a convection current right now. We're just trying to get them to observe what's going on. So I might be telling them, remember, this is a bowl of sand, this is a bowl of ice.
That is awesome.
Yeah. The neat thing is that you could show this as many times as you want. I would bet if you've done this in the classroom, you had to show it 2 or 3 times.
Hi, Steve.
Kids are gonna go nuts over this, guys.
Yeah. Hey, Steve. Yvette Hooks is asking to be let back in to.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Awesome.
All right, Nancy, are you there to do that?
Yeah, I don't see anybody in the waiting room.
Oh.
She's in there.
I did let somebody in just a little bit ago.
In the chat, Yvette says she's in.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. So you probably have a hard time seeing what this is. So I'd probably explain to them that it's a match that I'm poking through the saran wrap up on the top. I might ask them, why do you think we used a match? And hopefully they come up with the fact, well, we can see the smoke, we can't see the air. But then we're just having this as a lesson phenomena, so they're observing and they're gonna come up with questions on why it did what it did. And I think you'll even get to see the smoke will start moving back over here, and then complete that convection. Okay, so we introduce the phenomena, and then we go to our what we think chart, and we ask for ideas. So that's right here, handy for you where it needs to be. So this would be the same what we think chart that gets used throughout the unit, and you'd just be adding on to it. So that's these prompts are from earlier in the unit. So I'd have a prompt here for ideas. So these are all from lesson 1, but I'd have this prepared so that I'd have a what are your ideas, or what do you think about the wind and what creates the wind? And then you'd start getting some questions, and then there's a link to initial models. Okay, I'm gonna get out of presentation mode for a moment to show you how I like setting up this. So I've made it nice and simple that you can go to this Jamboard and you have one Jamboard that everybody could work off of at the same time. That's the simplest way. So you can just say, all right, group 1, you're going to work on Jamboard 1, and then I'll duplicate this, and group 2, you'll work on that one. But they can't really talk to each other. So that gets to be a problem when they're constructing a model. So what I like to do instead is I like to have a organization here where I have this Jamboard copied 6 times. So I got 6 unique Jamboards, and I'm assigning a Jamboard link to each group. So each group will have their own Jamboard to go to. And then they'll work just with their group on developing that model. And then after they're done, then I have control here where I can go from group to group to show the whole class what everyone's done, and have a science talk centered on sharing our models. So it's kind of like a gallery walk, a digital gallery walk. To do this though, it's what's ideal would be to have breakout sessions. So using Zoom, break out into groups, breakout sessions, and have each group meet and do their Jamboard. So I've heard a lot of comments that teachers are having a hard time allowing their students to go to a different breakout room that they're not necessarily in every moment. So it's different than the classroom, where if you're visiting one group, you still got your ears tuned into the other groups to know what's going on. That gets a little harder to do with breakout sessions. Although you could pop in on every group, it's going on monitored at times until you pop into that group. So you can't keep track of all 6 groups at the same time. So teachers that I talk to are modifying this by scheduling 15-minute intervals where they work with group 1 and then group 2 and so on until all 6 groups get their models built. Then the next day they would share those models. Anybody got any other ideas on how to do that, or any feedback on what worked for collaborating in smaller groups?
I think in collaborating with the small groups on Zoom, I think it's the same as you would do in the classroom face-to-face, because you're not within each of those groups face-to-face monitoring. I think if you are doing breakout rooms enough and they know that you can pop in at any given time, just like in the face-to-face, I think, it's just on expectations. So.
Yeah, I like that. And that's certainly the way I would try it if I had a classroom now, is that I would do that and get the kids in that routine and make sure they know what the consequences are if they goof off or start picking on somebody or bullying within a group. Okay, so you'd have them do their initial models in groups, and then you'd share out, and of course this initial model, the 5th graders are supposed to start looking at phenomena at the particle level with this initial model. Though rarely are they going to do that, so they may understand that hot air rises and cold air sinks, but they're not giving a mechanism for why that's happening at the particle level. So we continue on with the next slide, which is out of the student journal, and it sets them up to do an investigation, and then they can't do the investigation, so I get to have the fun. So I put together a little video. I shouldn't say we got a team of people working on this. Video of this investigation. So here we go. This is, we're going to inflate the balloon half full and place it over a flask, a mouth of a flask. So here's our starting point. So I'd probably be stopping this and having the students record data, so they should be able to measure that or read that measurement. and record some information in their student journal. And then we put it in the cold water bath. Of course, they'd have been measuring the temperature. We recorded the temperature for them. And then we measured again. So I'd probably pause it there and let them get a reading. Then we put it in the warm water bath. It was at about 75 degrees C, so I had it nice and hot. And then we measured it again. And that was the end of it. That turned off quicker than I expected. Let's see if I can. So there's after coming out of the hot water bath, and so we see that its circumference has increased some. So that's how they get their data for that investigation. And they'd fill in the student journal to do that. I did do a alternative one. So this is, if you're familiar with the NGSX program, this is the soap bubbles on the flash. So I included this one just for more of a visual.
Steve, on the journal it said for minutes. Did you put, is there an amount of time that you held that in the bath? Because I think it asked them to record the minutes as well. So I was curious.
Oh, well, yeah, there is, but I missed that. So I didn't give that, I didn't put that in there as data. So I guess we can add that. I guess we didn't want to just have the video running for X number of minutes. I guess I didn't think that was appropriate in the video, just to let them sit there and watch that for 3 minutes.
Oh, for sure. But that definitely would be data that they would need to know, because
Yeah, so
they're trying to replicate.
Yep. So we'll add that as a in there as a comment along with the temperature. We'll put that held for X number of minutes.
Thank
you. Good catch on that. Thanks. And we appreciate that kind of feedback. We know we're going to miss things like that. So at any time you have a problem or you see something missing, let us know. We'll get it added. Okay, so we put a soap film over the bottle, and I'm just trying to show the bubble right now. So we got some air particles sealed in that bottle with this soap film, and we're putting it in cold water, and you can see that soap film is moving into the bottle. So the air particles are taking up less space. And now we go into the hot water bath and we see that the bubble is growing. So it kind of validates the other experiment that warm air takes up more volume, more space than cold air. So there's two examples how we're getting around the students not able to do some of these investigations, and us having the fun doing the hands-on and making it a demo. Okay, and then we go back to modeling. So we're going to model that phenomena. What's going on inside of that balloon when we put it in a cold water bath and hot water bath. And so I got a slide here that reminds students of what's important in a model. So we want to make sure that they're including important components in the model, which in this case would be the balloon and the flask, and then what's in the balloon and flask, which would be air particles. The neat thing about this one is it's another component. There's lots of components that students can't actually see, which is what happens in 5th grade. They got to start modeling things that are not observable by eye. So they're going to start drawing air particles, and in this case a number of air particles, because the the balloon and flask are trapping in a certain number of air particles. So the number of air particles becomes an important component. Then the relationship between the components. So that's an important part of modeling, is what's the mechanism, or what's the cause and effect relationship between components. So we want to remind them that this model's got to show why the air particles took up less space when we put it in an ice bath. And then how's it connect to our phenomena? Now, our phenomena that we're actually trying to explain is that convection current in the aquarium, which connects to the real world problem of a breeze. So that's the phenomena that we're trying to connect it to. So I just remind them of that in this slide. And then we let them go, and we let them draw their models in groups. So I think you would have a hard time doing this where you set up one Jamboard and had the different groups using a different part of the Jamboard as a whole class, because you wouldn't be able to have that discussion that needs to go on as they're doing their model. So I think you almost have to put them into groups, into breakout sessions, either all at the same time or schedule 15-minute intervals where you can meet with each group. So that's the way this is set up, is to do that. So they do their models, and then they come back and share their models, and we begin to add to the what we think chart as they present their models and show each other their ideas. And then it ends, that lesson ends with a student journal assignment where they choose one of the models and explain how the model demonstrates how different temperatures of the air generates air movement and wind. And there's a word sort card that goes along with this, which is the one I showed you earlier, by the way. So now this is making a whole lot more sense. I go through all that, and now they've got this writing assignment where they're using these word sort cards. So they have these available. So as a class, you would do a discussion about this, and then you'd go and save this and assign it to each student so that they would have captured what went on in the whole class discussion, and then they would have their own board to manipulate, to write as an assignment. So I'd create a copy of this, and I'd do the / copy, and then I'd put this on my learning management system and assign it to each student to do as a homework assignment. So that's examples of videos. I'll video that where we get data to build a model. Any else? Well, let's stop there for a moment. Any questions there? Give me a chance to clean up some of my tabs I have opened here. Okay, no questions. I guess that's good. Okay, here's another example with videos, using some of our videos along with Sage model. So I'm gonna give you a quick introduction to Sage model. I wonder if we can use the hand function. Can you see the hand raise, Nancy?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask everybody, raise your hand if you've heard of and used Sage Modeler. Maybe just in a workshop or something, not necessarily in the classroom, but
at the bottom of your screen, you'll see reactions, and you'll have clapping or thumbs up. So give us a thumbs up if you've used Sage Modeler before.
We getting any thumbs?
No thumbs, just mine.
All right. Well, you haven't used it along with our curriculum up till the revised 3 and 4 PNG. So this is something that we are introducing as a technology piece to our units for physical science in particular. It's a great tool for showing just real simple cause and effect. And it's a great tool for online learning because it's very easy to share your models with each other after you're done. So this link on the opening slide here is just a link to step-by-step instructions. So if I'm going to go through an example, but if you don't catch it all, I have this laid out with pictures, screenshots, step by step, so that you can do this. All right, but I think you'll see that it's not too hard, not too hard at all. I definitely think third graders could do it. Okay, so this comes out of our third grade physical science, Forces and Interaction, the second edition. So if you're using the first edition of this unit, Sage Modeler won't even be mentioned, just the revised unit. Okay, so this is, if you remember, this is an engineering problem where they read a story out of their student journal about the fire engine express, and the kids get an idea that, hey, can we take our car and manipulate it so that it bumps into walls and other objects so that it will turn in just the right way to get from the playroom to the kitchen where mom happens to be making cookies. Have a note on there for mom to turn the car around and put some cookies on there and send it back to us. So that's the engineering design challenge. So they need to learn a little bit about this car, which is pictured here in this slide, and collect some data, start investigating how the car behaves. So what's some variables that they can test to figure out how this car is going to behave as it bumps into things, how fast is it going to go, and that sort of thing. So we want them to come up with lots of questions here and put those on the what we think chart. And this isn't linked because I wasn't going to highlight that here, so it's not even linked here. You'll see a little bit of difference from slide deck to slide deck. So this was designed by someone else different from who did the 3E and G. So included in here, which I really like, is that there's a little heads up on what science and engineering practice is being used. So that's what this little box is for, is that, oh, we're gonna use the science and engineering practice of planning and carrying out an investigation as we do this. So we get some questions, and then we conduct an investigation into the speed of the car. Okay, so the very first one is more teacher-led, just to get students prepared on how to do an investigation. So we're gonna just do together an investigation on speed, or distance and time. So that's what this share link is for. We'll go to that, and we'll collect some data. We need to be prepared with the second slide, or the next slide, because this is going to be our Jamboard where we record our data. So this is what the students would be recording data on. So they go to this Jamboard and go ahead and open that. And so they'll each have their own Jamboard so that they can record data. And then as they record the data, then we'll come back together as a class and we'll agree on some classroom data that we should use. All right, so back to the slide before that. So you've got your Jamboard, and you're able to record your data on your own Jamboard. And now I'm going to go back to this and show the investigation. Okay. So this is trial 1. Okay, so I'll, so I want to, I'll replay that. I want them to get data at the 1.5 meter mark. So I'm just getting as close as I can to that. So there's 1.5 meters. And then I'll let them get the data for, and this represents time here. This is the time, this is a stopwatch to the nearest second, which is third grade appropriate. And then we'll get the data for 3 meters. Okay, so we can go back, you'd go to your Jamboard and then we'd all write down our data, and then we would agree on how much time it took to do that. So trial, I think I'm in trial 2 now, so let me back up a bit. Okay, and this may drive you crazy. I just love it though. Trial 2, it only took 3 seconds to get to the 1.5 meter mark. So we've got a little variability in our data. We're gonna have to talk about that. So we got 3, and then we'll run this through. Second trial, it got to the 3 meter mark in 7 seconds. So the first one took 4 seconds and 8, and then this one 3 and 7. And this one looks like we're back to 4 and 8. So anyways, you get some data there, and you record that data. And then we'll share it, and we'll put it on, we'll talk about it, and we'll agree that it took 4 seconds to go 1.5 meters in trial 1, and then it took 8 seconds to go 3 meters. Oh, trial 2 only took 3 seconds. And 7 seconds. Okay, and again, remember we covered up the tenths of a second simply because looking at the math standards for 3rd grade, we're still dealing with whole numbers. So this was probably 7.8 seconds or 7.9 seconds, but it didn't, it doesn't round up, or didn't round up. So we're just reading the seconds. And then trial 3 was back to 4 and 8. And then trial 4 is there, and the teacher guide it asked the question, well, what if you ran this again? What would you predict you're going to get? So students would be able to come up with a prediction on what they think it would take the car to go 1.5 meters based on our data. Okay, so I would guess that they're gonna most likely say either 3 seconds or 4 seconds, and I would think there was some reason to say 4. All right, so now you've got some data. So what we clearly see in this data is that the more distance the car travels, the more time it takes. So that's a cause and effect relationship. And that's the one that we're going to model in the SAGE modeler real quick. So I'm thinking if you haven't seen this, it might be best just to watch me do it, knowing that you've got step-by-step instructions to do this. So I clicked on SAGE modeler. SAGE modeler comes out of Michigan State, create for STEM. And it's getting used more and more all over the country. So what we've done is we've put some variables in here already. So we're gonna model the relationship that we saw between distance and time, in that we have a little science talk and we decide that, well, the more distance the car goes, the longer it's going to take. So we want to show that relationship between distance and time. Well, on SAGE Modeler, you have the opportunity to put your own images in here or search for your own images. what I've done to make this easier is that I've loaded some images to match the variables that we're going to model. So in this case, we're modeling distance. So here's a distance. How's this showing up on?
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, let me see
Thank
what
you.
I can do here. And I can't see where I can make this bigger, but there must be a way to make this bigger. Does that help any?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. All right, so I'm also going to title this. So this represents, if you can see the little picture well enough, it shows a starting line and a finish line. So to me, that represents the variable distance. So I typed in distance there, and I've created a picture, an icon that represents that variable distance. Okay, and then we want to show that there's a relationship between distance and time. So I'm going to pull down this picture that I have of a stopwatch, and I'm going to put time to travel. So these two variables are related. So the way you show that they're related is that you can click on distance, and I clicked on it so that I get this white rectangle background. So I've got that active now. If I take this arrow key, this, I call it the relationship builder, and I pull it, I've now shown that there's some connection between the two variables, that one changes, the other one changes. And we're gonna define what that cause and effect relationship is. Okay, so so we got our variables on the canvas. We've got that there's a connection between the two. There's some relationship between the two, and so now we're going to show what that relationship is. So I'm going to click on the other variable, and I'm going to define how this time changes depending on the distance. So I clicked on this. Notice when I clicked on it, what happens over here. This relationship builder arrow lights up. So when I go over here, I light up this relationship builder. So now I'm going to define how it's related. Okay, and so I'm gonna change. I'm going to click on what I don't like for third graders is that they're not going to know much about how this graph looks. So I'm going to simplify this to basic relationship here. So there's a relationship in this relationship builder. You could just have basic, and that'll just leave it as whether it increases or decreases. Expand it starts to have them explain how it increases, which gets a little above third graders. So we're not gonna include that. So again, I went to this settings key to change that. Okay, so an increase in distance, because that's what I called this, distance, causes time to travel to, and you get to decide, does it cause it to increase or decrease? Well, it causes it to increase. So we're gonna select increase. Why do you think so? This is where you'd go back to your data. So this is where we'd go back to this data, is that our data showed that in each trial, as we went from 1.5 meters to 3 meters, the time increased. So that's what you would put in there as your reason. So I'll just to speed up, I won't put anything in there, but you'd cite your data for that. Okay, so you've now defined this relationship, and now you can click on this button, simulation. And when I did, notice that this toggle shows up and these bar graphs. So I'll show that again. So if I want to go to the simulation now, I'm I'm going to click on this arrow, and a toggle and some bar graphs inside of the variable shows up. And so now your students can explain. You see, as I increased the distance, the time to travel also went up. And you've now shown a simple cause and effect relationship between distance and time. And so that's what we want third graders to be able to do with that. So that's my quick example of Sage Modeler. Again, I have a step-by-step on how to do that. And I think you and the students will like that for simple relationships between cause and effect. So that shows up many opportunities in the revised 3PNG to use that tool. Oh, I need to show you the thing I like about the tool. So they build this and you want to share it. You go over here to your menu and you hit share and it'll get a link. So they click on this and they get a link. Well, it's taking a little longer. Okay, so there's our link. So they'll hit copy and then they'll have to paste that into wherever you're going to have them turn in that assignment. So onto your learning management system. So they'll have to learn a little bit of technology to be able to turn things into you. So, but they can copy this link and turn it in on via your learning management system so that you have a copy of it. Or it could be as simple as a shared Google Doc, and you got each student's name there, and then a spot where they can copy and paste their link so that you can then share this with everybody. Okay, so I'm done with that example. Again, I was trying to highlight how we're providing investigations through videos, so the kids aren't going to be able to probably handle the car as a group, and then how to use a Jamboard to collect the data, and then also Sage Model. Okay, I'll stop there before we go on to next one. Any questions on that one? Okay, so we're getting into next sharing student data using Jamboards and Google Sheets. Okay, so I'll start out with a kindergarten. I got several examples here. Kindergarten weather watchers. You've got a whole bunch of data you're going to collect on the observation chart all through the 12 weeks that you're using this unit. So more wall space. So here's a digital version of this. So this is on a Jamboard. And you'll have to make a copy of this one. So you might want to make a copy so you can play along with it. So you'll see that this Jamboard is made up of 12 sheets. So this is sheet 1 of 12. So this is all 12 weeks of your weather watcher observation chart. So you can assign a group of students to be the weather watchers for the week. And instead of posting their sticker on the wall, you can have them go to the Jamboard and decide what the weather is for week 1. If I go, then I got week 2, and you can replace this with actual dates if you want the day of the week. You can add that as a underneath these. But then you would have them, instead of using stickers, they're gonna say, well, today's Wednesday, the temperature it's not as hot as it was, so I'm gonna use a sticker for warm. It's warm. And the wind, oh, let's see, is it calm, breezy, or windy? I think here in Battle Creek we got a little bit of a breeze, so I'm gonna use my breezy. Actually, when I went outside at lunchtime, there was not a cloud in the sky, so I just just sunshine. And then no precipitation. So there you have it. Then someone else could do that for Thursday, Friday, and every day thereafter. So, and if you run out of, so if you get a lot of windy days and you happen to run out of these, you just click on this and do duplicate. You get another one. So real easy to use digital version to use to keep track of your weather. So that's an example of kindergarten. We will go on to a third grade, weather watchers, observation chart. This one, so kindergarten was on a Jamboard. I put third grade on Google Sheets. So I'm using Google Sheets instead of a Jamboard. And the reason I started doing that is that on Google Sheets, you have a lot more features here. So if you click on any one of these, it gives you instructions on what you're supposed to do. So it says enter temperature in degrees Celsius. Okay. Wind speed, you fill in calm, breezy, or windy. Wind direction, you enter the directions, north, south, east, west, northeast, southwest, and so on. Cloud cover, it gives you some examples to choose from. And cloud type, there's your cloud types that they'll learn about in an earlier, or one of the early activities. They'll have a card set that shows the different clouds and what they look like. Precipitation, I asked them to put it in centimeters, trying to remind them to use centimeters of rain, snow, sleet, or freezing rain. And then air pressure in inches of mercury. Okay, the other nice thing about this, and I'll just tell you about it, but so let's say you wanted to assign week 1 to a set of students, and you don't want anybody else messing with this. Just like in Google Docs where you can do share, there's tools here and you can protect the sheet. So I clicked on tools and I go down to protect the sheet, and now I could say that I'm going to assign this to group 1, or I can put in some names, and then I can decide on what I want to select a range so that only those students, and then I'm going to highlight that range, and then I'm going to set the permission. So restrict it, only you can edit. So I could change that to other people being able to have it. I'm losing track of, let's see, custom. So I can add in who I'm gonna allow to, oh, here it is down here. Enter the names or email addresses. So you've got some Google email addresses for the students in your class. You can put in their email address, and then only they will be able to get at that week's data. So you've saved yourself the trouble of someone coming in that's assigned week 2 and they'd say, oops, I started entering it on week 1. They won't be able to do that. So that's why I went to Google Sheets, is for this tool so that they cannot corrupt some of the data that's already put in. So you can assign cells by group or by individual. That make sense? I know that's a lot to keep track of, and I did not know anything about that on Google Sheets till I got asking the question. There's got to be a way to protect this data so that it doesn't accidentally get removed. So that's why I went to a Google Sheet for the higher grade. Didn't need it for kindergarten, but it'll come in handy at the higher grades. All right. Then for third grade, or no, my example 3.
I have a question real quickly.
Yeah, sure.
So if we do the same thing in first grade for collecting moon data, so I mean, I wouldn't probably have the students enter. I know that they could collect the data, but I could maybe make that grid and share it with the whole class as they turn in their data.
Yeah, so right now, the way the first grade moon data is set up, it's set up on a Jamboard.
Okay.
So that student, I guess I gave each, so I was thinking for first grade, you'd give each student a Jamboard to keep track of that.
Okay.
Then you would transfer it to a whole class Jamboard each day as you looked at their individuals. But you could do this. You could set it up instead as a Google Sheet, and then they would just be assigned a week, and they could only get at that week's cells to put stuff, so they couldn't mess anything else up. So it's a very nice way to collect data remotely. Yeah, and I'll show you an even snazzier example here. So here's fifth grade. So in fifth grade, we had this, who made this mess? So this is again, an earth science unit at the fifth grade level, and they get to see a video on a great specific garbage patch. So that's their anchoring phenomena. So, but before they do that, the lesson starts out just plastic used and tossed. So quick Jamboard on let's post some of the ways that you've used plastic in the last day or two. So just looking for everybody to add to the board, say, oh, when was the last time you used a piece of plastic and threw it away? So we're just getting the idea down that, hey, our society uses a lot of plastic, and we toss a lot of plastic. So this is even before that we introduced the phenomena. And then we do a trash pickup. So on the screen that you're showing the students, I've got a linked bar graph here. So that's linked to this Google Sheet. So we'll go to this Google Sheet, and I have a place for each student to enter their data. Okay, so again, you can use that under tools. You can use that protect sheet, and you can make sure that these fifth graders aren't playing with each other's data. Well, I'm gonna show student 3, so I'm student 14. I say I'm gonna play a joke on student 3, and I'm gonna say that she used 2,000 pieces of plastic and put that number in for her. So you can protect this cell so that only student 3 can use it. So I don't have anything protected right now, but because I wanted to leave it open for all you guys. But if I knew my student roster and I was able to protect this for just student number 1, 2, or 3, so on, that's the way I do it, to make sure that they don't mess with each other. So anyways, I can change data. So I can say, all right, student 2 did use 5 pieces of paper, or when they collected their trash and surveyed it, they counted up 5 pieces of paper, 10 pieces of plastic, and a piece of wood because they had a popsicle that morning, and then metal. I had that last piece of apple pie that was in a metal throwaway foil plate, and then styrofoam. Nah, I don't use any styrofoam. Food scraps, a little bit, and then other. I didn't have any other, so I do that, and then my numbers change. At least I hope they did. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so the numbers change right in this bar graph as I do that. So you can work right off of this if you wanted to, or you can go back to your slide deck, and you're going to see a update here. And so I can update this and get the new totals. right there in your presentation to the students. So they could each be entering their data, and you can have this, this bar graph being shown on your screen, and they could be seeing what's happening overall to the whole class. So another way to use Google Sheets for students to collect data at home and contribute them to the whole class discussion. Okay, I went a little fast over that, so I'll let you take a deep breath and let me know if you have any questions on that. I think as long as you know the tools available, I think you probably have some tech folks at your individual schools that could say, hey, I want to do this. I know it's going to be done. Can you help me iron out the bugs? Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing there for a moment, and we're gonna. Well, I'll ask you, and if we got any questions, we can take the questions now. If you got questions about anything, we'll take a question. Then we're going to take a 10-minute break away from the screen. So any questions? Nancy, you're trying to talk, and I see you muted.
No political questions. Just education questions, right?
Yeah. Did I overwhelm you with technology?
Everybody's looking, everybody that's showing.
Yeah.
us.
Yes, it is overwhelming.
Yeah, so I got to admit, 3 months ago, I didn't know how to do all this. I was learning as I went. So as I started digging into these units, I kept asking, how can I do this in an online setting? And so I dug and dug, and that's when I found things like the Google Sheets and the cell protecting and all that. But I wasn't even a Google Doc or a Google Slide user 3 months ago. I did everything PowerPoint and Word. So I'm saying if I could learn it, you guys can learn it. Probably easier than I did.
I think it's good to connect it all to Google, because my understanding that a lot of schools are Google Schools and G Suite, so it's great that you started with that platform.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're hearing too.
Mm-hmm. And it makes a lot of sense now that I've become a Google user. I love it. It's just so easy. It's really nice.
I just wish Google Meet would catch up just a little bit with some breakout rooms and a couple things, and then we wouldn't have to use Zoom either. We could just be in Google all the way.
I think they're hearing that a lot. So I bet you that's coming real soon.
I bet you too.
Yeah. So I was disappointed when I was trying to do everything Google, and I got to Google Meets. I said, darn, I can't do breakouts. Yeah. But it's easy enough. Again, if you train your students, it's easy enough for them to join a Google Meet. The only thing is you may not be able to join with them. So I did come up with a way to do that. I had my Google meetings set up, and I just had 6 of them set up for 6 groups, and then I had links for those 6 groups to go to their meeting, and I still had links to all of them, so I was able to jump into each one of them. But it's a lot of work compared to using Zoom, so I kind of abandoned that and said, nah, let's just wait for Google Meets to catch up on this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for as well.
Yep. Okay. So let's take a 10-minute break away from the screens, and then we'll finish this off today. I think I just have a few topics left. I want to tell you a little bit about the mapping tools that we're using, and then I'll show you an example of what it's going to look like when you download your resources from the Cerro City website. So I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, which puts us at how about 1:55. We'll be back at 1:55.
Let's pause the recording.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm having a hard time telling if everyone's back or not. I see a lot of muted and blank, no video. So I'll just show your face for a moment if you're back. You don't have to leave it on if you don't want to, but everybody, all right, I'm seeing a lot of smiling faces now. I was feeling lonely there. All right, we've got just one more topic to discuss, and then we'll talk about the online dashboard. I'll give you an example of that. There's not a whole lot to it. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but it's something that will be available to you starting on Monday. So the last topic that I want to take a look at is how we're replacing wall maps and whiteboards in the classroom with some digital tools, namely Google Earth and ArcGIS, which are my favorite tools. So I'll try not to get too excited over them. But so ArcGIS, I already gave you an example of that at the beginning of the day. Survey 123 that we did the little survey on. That's a great tool that you can use with students to collect data, especially about location. And it may be as simple as what tree they came across in their yard. They could take a picture of it and put it on that map and show exactly where they found that tree or that bug or whatever it was. So it's a real easy tool to use. You do have to use that. You'll have to sign up. So on slide number 73, you'll see in on the slide I have an ArcGIS sign up information. So you can use all of the tools that are in our platform without signing up for this. What the sign up does is that it will allow you to make changes and store maps on their organization site. So you could set up your classroom and have a private set of maps and that only your students can use and see. So if you did decide to do some location type assignments where the students were giving the address of their home, it wouldn't be public. So the map I used this morning was open to anyone on the internet with that link. So by signing up for this, you can have it open just to your classroom. So you can make it real safe for students to share information only you'd be able to see it, you and your group. So that's the advantage of signing up. Only one person from the school has to sign up. So this organization will provide everything that a school would need, a school building would need. And then on that organization site, you can have, I think it's up to 500 people initially. They'll let you sign up on their platform.
What number slide was that, Steve?
This is slide 73. You'll see a link on there on sign up information. So we'll take so it's not just sign up and use. You'll sign up and then they'll process it. They want to make sure that you're a legit school district. This is a company. It's Esri is the name of the company. The reason they're doing this is they're trying to develop a K-12 pipeline to help get more people into GIS, which is a big tool that gets used all over the world, and there's a lot of career opportunities with GIS. So they are trying to get kindergarten on up interested in this tool, not only as a user, but eventually as someone that would be able to figure out good applications for it and use it. So it's a career pipeline. It's the way that they look at it. The software and that they're giving you costs companies tens of thousands of dollars, and they're giving it away to schools, including some desktop versions of it that are very costly in the private sector in industry. So it's a very powerful tool to use. So a lot of cities are using it. So that survey 1, 2, 3, just to keep track of some of the infrastructure and equipment, like there may be a technician whose job is to survey roads throughout the city, and they would use survey 1, 2, 3 to record their observations of different roads and that, and then give locations, and then that would make that available to the whole organization on where that was at on a map. So lots of applications for it. A lot of city designing, and that is it's being used for, and for natural resources and that too. So so the first example is just using Google Earth. This example was from first grade. It's first grade Earth science, right, Leslie? You're probably familiar with this one. So they're trying to figure out why the sun and how what it appears to move across the sky. And as they're doing this, there's a application where we need a globe and a lamp to turn the globe to show the students that in the daytime the globe is lit up and the other side is dark. So this was the best visual of it that I could find so far. And so it's just Google Earth, and you can manipulate the globe. So I entered a point on the map where we are, and it's zooming in on that point now. But if I go to am I sharing? I'm not sharing, am I?
You're not sharing, Steve.
Okay, thank you. There we go. Now you see my Google Earth.
No, we don't.
You don't see it?
No, we see your backdrop.
Oh.
It's very pretty, and it's the Earth.
Oh, I wanna start over on it. How about now?
No.
Anybody seeing Google Earth?
No.
Well, apparently I'm not able to share this screen for some reason. Well, I don't know why. Now, can you see it?
Now we see Google Earth.
All right, it's getting late in the afternoon. I got it. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom out. I put a marker on I think that's Battle Creek that I put the marker. But anyways, this will spin, and you can see that marker disappear behind the Earth, and you got to talk your students through that it's dark back there. And then you can actually spin this thing, and eventually you'll see it pop up on the other side. You'll see that marker, and they are able to see that
looking around.
This sun. Yep, I'll keep going around, and eventually. And you got to be careful doing this, because this will flip flop all over the place. There it is. It's starting to show up there. It's still on the other side of the Earth. So this side of the Earth is blocking the light, and it's dark over there. But as soon as we get that popping over right there, you start to see it, and we start to see a little daybreak. And so you can spin that. You got to be careful with it, because you can also spin this thing out of control if you wanted to. So you got to be careful with that. Okay, so let's see if I can get back to my other screen now. I'm going to get out of Google Earth. So that's one example. Okay, am I back to my slide set? Are you seeing a slide deck?
No, we see your background again.
Huh. How about now? See the slide deck?
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If one of you do, everybody. Does. Okay. So that's use Google Earth. The next example, I'm going to show you. This is out of. Let's see.
3.
This is yeah. This is 3. So this is 3 ENG. Does so this is after they've we've passed out the same day card set, and they're starting to begin to realize that the weather's different in different parts of the world. And they've put ideas up on the what we think chart of why they might think that. And one of the ideas that will appear more than once is that it's because of the location. So some of them may say it's because it's near the equator, or it may be that they're saying it's because it's near the ocean, that the weather's different there, or warmer or colder. And so we get the idea that location makes a difference. So it's time to go to a map and figure out where all of these same day card set locations are at. So we'll go to the map. And this is an ArcGIS map. Again, you don't need to be part of their, you don't need to sign up for anything to use this. You just won't be able to save anything. So here's my map. And the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is go to content, because when you go to content, look what happens on the left-hand side here. You're going to see all the layers that I have associated with this map. And you'll be able to turn these on and off to show them on this map. So we have 8 locations here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a little geography with the kids and ask them if they know where Mozambique is, at least what continents it's on. Okay, so we'll have a little discussion, and then I'll finally, after they identify where they think it is, we'll click on it, and sure enough, a point shows up in Africa. And then we'll do the same with Italy and find out that it's in Europe, and Scotland, and Longyearbyen, way up there, Rio de Janeiro, San Diego, Moab, and Banff. Okay, so there's my 8 locations that we used as an anchoring phenomena. If you click on one of these, it's just going to give you the name. Okay, so I do that as one activity just to get the kids understanding where they're at. I'm going to turn those back off, and so I'm turning those layers off, and I've got a layer that has all 8 locations on one layer. So I'm going to click on that, and you're going to be a little disappointed because they're hard to see. So I'm going to ask you to change base maps. So up here you got base maps where you can change it to one of many. You can show imagery, so you can actually show buildings in that. Or you can go to what I like is a light gray canvas that turns most everything off, and then it's easy to see where these 8 locations are. So that's under base map. Again, that's up here. And you've got several different base maps that you can choose from. And I just went from National Geographic to light gray canvas. And now if I click on these, I get all the information that was on the same day card set. So I click on Banff, Canada, and it has the latitude, longitude, the date the data was collected, and then the temperature, and the wind speed and direction, clouds, precipitation, and then that air pressure, just like you would have on the card set. So so each group is getting a card set that has this data, and they're supposed to be looking at it and seeing that there's differences. Okay, so you can do that now on the map. Earlier on in the activity, we do have this card set on a Jamboard, so they are seeing all of these locations with a nice picture representing each location. But now we're at the point where we're thinking that location has something to do with this. So you can turn that on and you can start looking at data, and you might begin to see patterns. Like I might click on San Diego and say, oh, it's 67 degrees Fahrenheit in San Diego. At the same day, it's only 54 degrees in Moab, Utah, and it's only 32 degrees in Banff, Canada. So it begins to give this location, and that being a variable for why there may be patterns in the weather. So in this case, it got colder as we went up the map. All right, so and the kids will have lots of ideas for that. At some point, they may start talking about the equator. So you can click on this 0 degree on land, and it'll put the equator and the prime meridian on the land. And then you can go down here and do the same for over the ocean. And so now we've got the equator and the prime meridian, so they can start talking about the distance from the equator. That may be a cause. And then if you want to start getting into latitude and longitude, you could turn on some latitude grid lines and longitude grid lines, and you can get as complex as you want here. So here's some grid lines to the nearest 10 degree latitude and longitude, but you can go 5 and 1 degree if you wanted to. If you didn't want to, you can take them right off the map. So if you didn't even want to mess with having 5 degree or 1 degree, you can just well, you can't get rid of it until you're a member of the organization. Sorry about that. I should have mentioned that. So you can't, well, let's see. If I hit modify, oh, you can modify. So if you want to remove this layer where you don't want to show every degree, you can just remove it. You don't even have to have it there. Okay, so so this is a link that I wouldn't share with students at this time because they'd just be playing around with the map. So I'd be just leading a discussion using this map online with them. So that's that, and it's to help follow up on one of their ideas that location makes a difference. And so we want to see where these maps are located, or where these different places are located. All right, so that's an example of ArcGIS. What I want to show you is that you could add a location if you wanted to. So you can on the map, you're able to put in a city, for example, and it will find it for you. And if you want to add that as a map note, you can. And so now you've got that also on the map, but you can't save it. Not until you join the online organization. Then you could save your map just by going up to save. But if you click on save right now, it's gonna ask you to log in, and that's what you need. You need to get this ArcGIS login information. And then you'd be able to start saving your maps if you wanted to start adding to this, for example. Okay, then I found this was a nice application again in the 3rd grade. So here's our locations, and one of the things they're asked to do in 3rd grade earth science as a weather tracker is to track the weather not only in your location, but one of these 8 locations, so that we can continue through the unit to compare how the weather changes from day to day over a long period of time. So I put together a dashboard, and so this dashboard makes it easy for the kids to collect weather data, because it's going to link. I'll show you. So I'll go to, so each one of these is a link to a dashboard to collect data. And so what you have available here is a couple maps. So I clicked on Moab, Utah, so it's zooming in on Moab. So here's Moab here, and this is a map that shows terrain. So if I wanted to see what it's like in Moab, I could zoom in on this. I can also make this full screen, and I see, oh, Moab's in the mountains. Okay, so that may have something to do with the weather in Moab. Okay, and then I have this map that they seen earlier so that they know where Moab is compared to the other ones. And then they've got their weather tracker observation chart, which I showed you earlier. And they're supposed to put information in on a day-to-day basis. So they have that. And then they also have a weather report right here in the same screen so that they can start looking at the weather for that day and taking some of this information and putting it on the site or on the spreadsheet, the Google sheet. So it's all there in one place. So it's just trying to make it easier for students. If you think this is a little busy, then we can take off the maps. We really don't need them there to do the main activity is to get weather data recorded each day from one of the weather sites. So so you would assign that to each group of students or a group of students to keep track of on a daily basis. Okay, one more example. Here's a fourth grade earth science unit. They are studying, or a lesson phenomena that gets shown is a landslide in Oso, which the first time I read it, I didn't know where Oso was. I didn't think it was in the United States. It sounded more like Japan or something like that, but it's in Oso, Washington. So you have a map here that would help them to make more meaning from this video. So they watch the video. I think that's the video. That's the lesson phenomena that starts out in 4E and G. I'll just show a little bit of it.
Is simply a downhill movement of earth, rock, or debris. Triggered when gravity.
Okay, so I'll stop it there and I'll go back, and so they watch that and they start adding to what they think chart ideas they have, and then maybe to help promote the discussion, we'll say, well, where is Oso anyways? What's it look like? So we'll click on a map and we'll zoom into Oso and we'll see that it's kind of in a valley between mountain ranges here. So that may have something to do with why there was a mudslide there to begin with. So you can see that it's in the mountains area or in the valley here along this river, and so all this water is flowing down these mountains into this river. So you can use it for something like that. All right, so that's all I have to say about the maps. So we'll stop there and I'll take any questions, and then I just got I got a few more things to talk about.
So when I went on to the link, it asked for a license to start to register in ArcGIS. So I didn't know if we can get that license from our school, because when I put in all my background information, but without the license, whenever I tried to enter like my school address, it would say permission denied. So I don't know if.
Oh, well, I'll have to take a closer look at that then.
Maybe I was on the wrong login link too, so I don't.
Yeah, we could look at it real quick. Let's see. So you got to this, right?
Yeah, and see if your school already has a license. So I try to do that, and
Yep, so you went to this map and
yeah,
you didn't see your school on there?
not
You
with the
saw,
license.
you saw lots of other schools get
Yeah,
on.
yes.
Yeah, so there's lots of schools that are joining this.
So that might, so administrator, maybe we can ask, because it's free, so maybe we can ask a tech at our school or someone. Because yeah, if you scroll down, I was able to fill in all that information, and then it asked for license quantities, and I couldn't put anything in. So then it, it didn't accept it because I didn't know I don't want to do it for my whole school district.
Yeah, so it's just asking you how many people do you want to accommodate on this. So I would go big and go with 2,000 students.
Okay.
So this is really asking how many users there's going to be.
Right.
So it depends on your school size, but I got, when I set up mine, it asked if I wanted 500, which I went with the lowest one. It looks like they took the 500 off of there and went to 2,000 as the minimum one.
Yeah, because RCS is like 13,000 students.
Yeah,
I don't want to get in trouble, but I guess if I put in the minimum, it probably won't matter.
Yeah, and I would go by, so you don't have to do one per district. You can do one per school building.
Okay.
I would do it based on a school building.
Right.
So,
and maybe just going through your administrator or your tech people might be best too.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, although our tech person just was let go, but I'll ask my principal what we could do maybe.
And
I
think that's the best way to do it, because when I took this job and left my high school, I was the administrator of that ArcGIS organization, and when I left, it kind of got dropped and didn't go to anybody. I tried to hand it off to some people in the tech group, but they took it but didn't do anything with it. So it's kind of sitting there idle right now for somebody to use. So it's probably good to have it in the hands of a tech department. But yeah, that number of license, I don't think you have to worry about that. I'd go generous and go at least as big as your number of students you have in the school building. If you go too small, they will increase it if you need more capacity later on. They're a pretty easy group to work with. Okay, let's talk about the dashboard. So the online dashboard, you can't click on, well, you can click on this link, I think, but you don't have any access code right now to use it. So I'll click on this link and I'll show you what things are going to look like. Yep, there it is. So that's what your district coordinator is going to see the first time. And then, so they'll put in the access code and they'll create an account. Okay, once they create that account, they could share that with anybody. So they can give you a link where you will be able to then log in. And this is an example of what you would see. So when you click on that link, you're going to see three boxes here for three sets of resources. The first box there is the teacher-led presentation. So those are the slide decks that I've been using throughout the day here. So you would click on that, and it's a zip file that will get downloaded into your downloads. And that will have all of the Google slide decks for your unit. In this case, it'll have all the Google slide decks for KENG. So for example, early on, I used an example of the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. That would be lesson 1A slide deck in there. You'd have that for each lesson for activities 1 through 3. So each activity has about 3 lessons in it. So clicking on this will give you probably about 9 slide decks for each of those lessons. It's not one big, huge slide deck, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It'll be a slide deck for each lesson.
Did Caroline call you, Isabella?
you can manipulate the slide deck any way you want. So if you want to put it all together in one big one, or divide it up into smaller class meetings, you could. Okay, and then the next one is your student journal. This is, I gave you an example of what you'll see when you do the student journal. You click on that and it'll ask you to make a copy of the student journal, the kindergarten student journal in this case, and then that would become your master, and then you would make copies of that for each of your students. And then last, where'd it go? Lost track of it. And the last thing you'll see is a box for individual resources. So we're going to have it listed out. Each of the Jamboards that was used in the lessons are separate here, so that if you want to get a copy, if you want a copy of the What You Think About chart for KENG, for kindergartner science, you can get it right here. You know, again, it will force you to make a copy, but you'll have another way to, well, it didn't force you to make a copy. It will be forced to make a copy. I think it isn't right now because I used this before. I opened it before. So you get to make, yep, that's what it is. So I've been in here before and I opened that before. And so I have a copy. So you'd go in and make a copy and that would become your master for that Jamboard. So the good news is that you have all those listed separate from the Google Slides. So you'll find all these in the Google Slides as you need them, but if you wanted to get them separate from the slide deck, you got them right here. Okay, I'll stop there. That's the whole dashboard. So the key to unlock this is someone from your district to get an access code from Serial City, which Tamika Wells is the person that will be your main contact for that. That becomes available Monday, so please don't contact Tamika today that you don't have it. If you don't have it by Tuesday, I would contact her and let her know that your district doesn't have it yet. But she will be sending out information to each district, and so the district has to decide who that point of contact is going to be with Tamika to get the access code. Then once you get the access code, then you can work it out within your district on sharing it out to each teacher.
So Steve, would that contact be the person that usually gets like the science kit trainings and those kind of contacts? Is it going to be the same contact? Do you know?
Yeah, it will go out to those people that get other emails from Serial City on a regular basis, such as updates on training and updates on new kits that are coming out, or on updates on changes that have been made to the kit. So those people can get it, but anybody in your district could choose to be the contact person on that. You just need one person to. We don't want the whole district trying to get a hold of Tamika saying, give us an access code, because she's only going to give it out once to one person, and then that person has to distribute it to the rest of the district.
Okay, thank you. We'll connect as a district then, figure out who that person is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so as far as I can tell, it's going to be pretty straightforward. Once you get that access code, you'll be able to download your particular unit. Each teacher will be able to get in and see what you're seeing on the screen right now for their unit that they're assigned to teach.
Sorry, one more question. So you said she is going to send that out. So when would the contact person expect that to come from Tamia?
That news is supposed to all come Monday. We're supposed to be online Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing that I have is, this may be important to you, maybe not. It depends on your learning management system, because these learning management systems have ways to help you manage student assignments that I don't have access to. I generally use Schoology during the training. But it's going to be important for you to manage the student journal, so you're able to easily get to each student journal. So here's the way I set up to do that. So first of all, we've talked about all this on a Google slide deck. So these are the things that a student can do, and the teacher is allowed to add comments. And the neat thing about putting it on the Google slide deck is that the students can't change the content of the student journal, either accidentally or on purpose. So we did a lot of iterations. We put it on Jamboard first, then we went to Google Doc, and we thought that was really neat having it on Google Doc, but then we couldn't figure out a way to protect the prompts and that on there, and that students could change it either accidentally or on purpose. And so we went to a Google slide, and they can't change the Google slide. There's still a few ways that they can mess with it. Like if they wanted to cover up the whole slide, they could put a background down, and it would turn it all red, for example. So there's a few, but you can undo that pretty easily. So they can't change the written text in the Google slide, which is nice. Okay, so
Barry,
oh, go
I have
ahead.
a quick question. Sorry. So when we pull these links from the site to put them onto our Google Classrooms, they will be modifiable or they won't be modifiable? I missed that.
They will be modifiable, and it's something that you're going to have to spend a little time with to get the links organized the way you want it in your learning management system. So everything should be open to you and able to edit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Which is kind of the beauty of the platform, is that you can make this your own, which is kind of cool. But you could change this up and make it fit your style of teaching. Okay, so managing your student journals, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to download your master. And then after you download your master, what I always do is I make what I call a presentation master. So that's what I'm going to embed into my Google Slides. So
Steve,
Yep.
just a quick question. When you say download our master, where are we downloading it from? From the Serial City?
Yep, from the Serials. From the Serial City. That second box will have your student journal in it. The first box had the Google slide deck.
By grade level, you mean?
Yep, by grade level. So you'll once your coordinator gets that access code, they'll have all of those available, and then each grade level teacher should be able to get in and get their grade level kit.
Okay.
So we'll be back to this slide again. So this is what you'll get. And when I say download, you'll have, so this is kindergarten ENG. So you'll click on this, and that will give you the student journal for kindergarten ENG, Earth Science. And then that becomes your master. So once you do that, then you want to start organizing your folders. So if you haven't done much organizing in Google Drive, you want to make a 5ENG folder and then a subfolder for student journals. Okay, and so here's an example of how I manage that. So here's my drive, and I have my student journals, And so I have my master student journal that's not going to get touched by anyone. So keep that as your master. And then your first copy of it, so you'll right click on it and you'll make a copy, and then you'll change that copy name. I would change it to presentation master, which is that one's right here. So I have my master and I have my presentation master. My presentation master is the one that I'm going to put into my slide deck so that I can get to it real easy when I'm online with the students. So I'm protecting this master. I'm not using that in any of my Google slides. I'm just keeping it here, and just in case I slip up and I mess something up on this, I have the master. And then I'm going to start making copies of the master and for student 1, student 2, student 3, and so on. Instead of student 1, you may use their name. So you may put Nancy's student journal or Steve's student journal. So
Can you make it bigger, please?
let's see what I can do here.
Hard to see.
Yep. Let's see. I say so, but can someone help me figure out how to make this bigger?
You can stretch out your screen too. I can on my phone. If you got your touch screen, computer screen, you should be able to touch screen and swipe it out bigger.
Yeah, I'm not seeing where I can make this bigger for some reason.
No, I mean whoever said they want it to be bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he's sharing his screen, so I can't.
I'm sharing my screen and I'm not seeing how to, I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing how to increase the size of this.
Bummer, I got to increase it on my phone, so sorry guys.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, what I did, I'm doing a lot of file managing inside of the Google Drive. So I'm in this 5ENG folder, and then I made a subfolder called Student Journals, and here's where I'm going to reproduce the student journal for every student. So I'm taking my master, making a copy, and so I'll just show you real quick. So I make a copy, and that will show up in this same folder. I right-clicked on the master, and it'll come back, and now I have copy of master. So I'm going to take that, and I'm going to go to rename, and I'm going to click on the name here, and I've got up through student number 6, so I'll make this student number 7. And I got to do that 20, 30 times for each student in your class. Now, some of the learning management systems like Google Classroom has an easy way to do this. You just assign it. You assign it to students, and or you make an assignment, and then as you assign that to each student, Google Classroom will automatically create a new link for each student. Okay, what I don't know is if Google Classroom provides you the link to make it real easy to get to it in your Google slide. So I'm going to show you that now. So I've got my master, my presentation master, and then I got a copy for each student in my class. So then I'm going to go to this, and this is already here for you. I've got this started. I'm going to open this Google Sheet, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the link to each of the student journals. So I'm going to put the student's name here, and then I got the link, and so I'm going to go to that last student journal, and I'm going to right click on that. So this was student journal number 7, and I'm going to go get a shareable link, and then I'm going to copy the link, hit done, and then I'll go back to this spreadsheet, and I'll click on link 7, and I'll do insert link, and then I'll copy and paste that, or I'll paste that link, and then I'll apply it. So now I got a link to that student journal. So what I want to have is I want to have something set up where I can easily get to a student's student journal if I want to share it whole class during an online meeting. Okay, so here's the Google Sheet. And then I also have in this already, I have a master classroom roster on a, I have a master classroom roster on a Google slide. And so I open that and notice student 7 doesn't appear. So I put that on this Google Sheet. I linked up student number 7, but it's not showing up here because I didn't update it. So once I update it, it'll automatically come here. And then what you want to do with this, you want to click on this slide and do a copy, and then just put it right into your slide deck. So so I can add that in here and say, well, at this point, I want to share student journals. So I'm gonna paste that right in here so that as we're doing this, I can go to each of the students' student journals. And so I don't want to link it to anything else. And then I have it here where I need it in my online presentation. So that's the way that I manage student journals with and coordinate it with the slide deck. There may be easier ways depending on your learning management system. Okay, so so here's the tools that I gave you. So when you make your unit folder, and then you'll have a subfolder for student journal, include these 2 files in there, and you can manage your student journals the same way. So I already got them set up for you. You're just gonna copy and save these right into your student journal folder, just like I did here. I've got these 2 right there. I've got my master, I got my presentation master, and then I got a student journal for each student. Okay, if that didn't wear you out, I don't know what did. What would? That's it. That's enough technology to last a lifetime.
So if we want to access this Zoom meeting again, do we, I've never done that before. Like if I want to go back and watch this recording, do I need to save the link, or how do I do that so I can watch this again?
Okay, so what will happen after I turn off the Zoom meeting, I will get sent a link from Zoom. And then I will share that link with all of you. So it will just be a matter of clicking on that link, and you'll have a video recording of the whole day.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And that will come via Zoom or via email?
That'll come through me. So you gave Cindy Older, when you registered, an email. And so everybody on that list, so everybody that's here today, as long as you're registered. If you didn't register, contact Cindy and get her to add you to the list. If she has your email, you'll get that.
Thank you. And there was also a question about the student journals in the chat, and I'm curious about the answer to that too.
Okay, what was that question? Nancy, do you have that on your radar?
It says, will the students have access to all of the pages of their student journal for the whole unit? Yes, I see that it says activities 1 through 3, but we already do have all student journal pages loaded.
Yeah, initially we were going to just put out the student journals activity 1 through 3 along with our first half of the unit activity 1 through 3. I think Nancy mentioned this, but we're planning, or maybe I did. We're planning on getting the other units done by October, or first week of October, somewhere around there.
Right.
So we're trying to stay ahead of you. This was a massive effort to do this for each of our units. So we decided.
Thank you so much for your massive effort, you guys. That's amazing. It's going to be huge for us. We appreciate it immensely.
The other part of the question, though, was, is there a way to hide the pages of the journal for future lessons? I haven't explored that. I don't think so.
Yeah, and what you can do, you
Turn
can
the slides off.
you can yeah, you can turn the slides off, or you can copy the student journal and modify it to just have the first activity. Okay, or you can have just the first page. So if you want to modify the student journal where you delete all the other slides except page 1, you can do that. Or if you want to modify this, you want to modify the student journal so that you only are giving them activity 1, you can do that.
That might be a good way if you're using Google Classroom, because then when they turn that in, they're just turning in the first page or the second page or whatever pages you assign in Google Classroom.
Right, right.
That's true. I'm not sure if you need that because they can, well, I mean, they're doing it in the student journal. I guess they're not turning anything in. They're just doing it and it's automatically going to you.
Yeah, so since they're linked, then you can automatically just open it up and go to the page that you've just assigned and see what they're doing.
Okay.
Right. Well, I would think that would make sense too, because then they just get to one page of the one activity and then they do it just like they do when they have their physical paper journal, in class. You assign page 3 and 4 virtually, and then you do physically page, I guess we would normally do that in the classroom anyway, so.
Yeah, yeah. You just gotta make sure you communicate the cutoff date and say you gotta have it done by this date, and you're gonna start looking at them. I guess the thing might be a managing problem is if they get on after you look at it and they do it, and then you've already given them a grade for it, and they come back and say, "Well, I did it." You won't have a record of when they turned it in. So that may be a reason to go to assigning it in a Google Classroom, just a page, and that they had to submit it. So yeah, that's something you'll have to think about.
I think definitely, like for older grades where they're actually doing grades, like virtually, that might be, a good thing to be able to do.
Yeah.
To know when they did it, because Google Classroom timestamps it. So
yeah, that might be worth doing that way then, just for that reason. So yeah, you have a record of when they turned it in.
Yeah.
So for first grade, I know that Tamika Wells is the contact person if you have a question about, the access codes and things. But if you're going through a lesson and you're having something, a problem with something, I'm just thinking about last year with the stellarium. That was really, it took me a while to get the coordinates for my city. I ended up in France. And so that's kind of part of the program that's applying the technology to a specific grade level. Who would I contact if I have a problem with that sort of thing?
I am going to invite you to contact me, Leslie.
Oh, okay, good.
So I didn't even include stellarium in our list of technology today, because that's something that we've been using for quite some time with the units. But if you have a question on that, I'd be the one to contact.
Yeah, because it's perfect for the lesson to show the kids the change of the position of the sun and the difference in the shadow. And the constellations and all that. But it was really challenging. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to get the right data points for my location in Rochester. So
yeah, I can help you, and it's it is a link in our online platform, and it's gotten easier. So you used to have to download a program.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a web-based stellarium, so it's much easier to use the web-based stellarium.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
So when you get that, go to that link, and I think you'll find it easier to use. But yeah, call me up on those kind of questions. I'll try to do, the technology questions too with you. I mean, I know how I want to use the Jamboards and that. Sometimes I don't know the tool well enough and the technology behind it, so I may not be able to answer that question for you. You may need your tech person at the district to help you with the ins and out the Google technology. But
Is there a grade level specific expert that we would check with anything grade level wise, or any questions are directed to you?
yeah,
Like if I have questions about the actual unit?
yeah, so you could contact me. I'm trying to protect Nancy's time because she's got other, but she's quite the expert.
No. Yeah, you can always email me, or if Steve does know the answer, then we'll figure it out together.
Yep. Yep, that's usually who I go to. If I don't know, I say, hey, Nancy, help me out.
I'm just really good at making up answers.
Oh.
Shh.
What's your suggestion for, I'm teaching a new grade level that I'll probably only be teaching this year because I'm teaching remotely. Is your suggestion that we go and get all of those science trainings this year? Or do you think we can, with this program, kind of muddle through and get through this year? What would your suggestion be?
My suggestion, we do have some training coming up this fall. The month of September, that training is going to be free because we got some grant money through the MySTEM organization. So I would sign up for those. And I would like to have you come, but if you can't come, you can watch the recording later on any of those trainings. So each of the K-5 kids are going to be trained during the months of October or September and October, specifically using the online platform, because all the training will be done virtually. So we may as well use that online platform. So that will give you the ins and outs and the specifics of the technology and its application specifically to that kit. So I would recommend that you do that. Okay. You could probably muddle, but I think it'll be a time saver and less frustrating if you signed up for that. Even so, if you can't make all those, and I know a new grade level, you got 3 of them that you need to train during the month of September and October. I would sign up for them and know that you'll get the recording later on so that you can refer back to it.
Are the teachers' manuals like free during September, or is that something I should put in like a purchase order for?
Yeah, purchase order for your
okay.
teacher. Yeah, so if you're in that situation where you've got new units and you haven't gotten your materials, yeah, you need to get with your district people to get you a set ordered.
Sounds good, thank you.
And student journals in hard copy should be ordered as well, because some districts are starting with the kids in their seats, so you're still going to want to use those hard copies of the student journals. But we also want to make sure that kids that maybe don't have the possibility of being online can take student journals home, and possibly when you have your online time face-to-face with the kids, you can do some work with the kids that have the hard copies.
And especially for Laurel, like kindergarten, first grade, I think.
Yeah, me too. They're just learning to do their letters, so yeah.
And they want to draw in their student journal. They don't want to draw on a computer. Yeah.
That's just one of the things, to piggyback on Sarah's is the 4 of, well, not me, but the other 3 from Bellevue, they're each teaching 2 grade levels. So, and they're just doing virtually. So one is K1, one's 2, 3, and then one's 4, 5. That's why Sarah was asking about the kit trainings, because then that would be, for Sarah, it's 3, but for the other 2, it's 6 trainings to come to. So we were trying to figure out if we could muddle.
Yeah.
I forgot. Was it Sarah? Was it you that I contacted through email to about the training coming up, and that it was going to be free? Somebody from Bellevue had asked me about it, and because somebody's watching out for you, because they told me they had new teachers in new positions that needed a lot of training. So I did tell them about the free opportunity coming up for training just the month of September. So the grant money has to be used by the end of September, so we can't extend it to October.
Yeah, we have a lot of new teachers everywhere. So us virtual teachers, like I said, we're teaching 2 grade levels. So just trying to figure out what's the best way to go about that. So.
Yep, so the training will help in 2 ways. First, for new teachers that need to know the flow of the unit and the content, but also for current teachers that have taught it once or more times, just to help them out with the technology part of it.
That was my question too, as far as the units go. We're still going to physically have the science kits and the journals at school. That's not going to stop, right?
Right, right.
Okay, and then if we're going to be virtually teaching some or remote teaching some, this is just going to be materials and things we can pull from to supplement in the classroom, to add to our virtual, to add to remote, so that we all have access, correct?
Yeah, I think I got that. So I would encourage you using it, even if you're starting out face to face, just to get students into the routine on using Jamboards and some of this other technology in the classroom, so that if they do have to go online and use it, they're familiar with it, and you can just keep on going with the unit without missing a beat.
And then will we get an email or something with like the upcoming trainings? Because I was only signed up for this because of Harrington. You know, the secretary said, hey, the science training's, you know, Wednesday, but I never got an email. I never knew anything, and I'm the one who teaches the science and social studies at Harrington. So can I get added to whatever email tells about dates and trainings, and possibly get added to that, my Marshall Public Schools email?
Well, it's whoever the contact person is from your district that got that original announcement. That
So it only goes to one person. It doesn't go to the teachers that are actually teaching it?
you know, that's a huge, it's hundreds of thousands. So yeah, it'll go to your contact person, and they're supposed to distribute it. So if you be a contact person, then I would email Tamika and say, hey, next time you're sending that out to my district, would you include me in on that email?
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
The other thing you could do, Ann, is the Searle City Science site.
Yeah.
Has a tab on the top that has professional learning. Just click on that. That has a list right there of everything that's being offered in September and October.
Yeah, your best bet is probably to check
Click on the link that was to the contact person, you mean, or the link that you're going to email me to my annbranham@comcast.net email?
You go to SearleCityScience.org.
Okay.
So that's our website, and that'll have a tab on there for professional learning opportunities, and then if you click on that, it'll give you a list of what's available during the month of September and October. And I haven't thought much past that. I'm just trying to get through those 2 months right now. Okay. Anything else? Well, it is 3 o'clock, so we can call it quits. But I'll stay on. If you got any questions, I will stay on a little bit to make sure every question got answered. So thanks for joining us today, and good luck with your school year. I know it's going to be a challenging one. Each year is, but this one's going to be more so.
Interesting. It's going to be interesting, right?
Yeah.
Very teacher answer.
All right. Let's see ya.
Thank you so much, Steve and Nancy.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate
Thank you very much.
I have a quick question. For the Jamboard, you said that's part of the Google. Is it something that we need to have our tech people